Chairman, good morning. You're on mute.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kamal Agrawal.
Hey, Kamal, good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
All well. Good, good.
Good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning, Samudra. Good, good, very good. You made us all early, come early to office, huh? No more in habit of coming to office so early these days. So I'm going mute. I'll be there, right?
Yes. Check. I'll speak. Okay. Okay. Sure, I'll just check it.
Chairman, we are waiting for Mr. Anand Krishnan to join. Then we'll proceed. Good morning, Dr. Rai. Good morning, DC.
Hi, good morning, Sumit. Am I clearly audible?
Absolutely. Audible and visible, both.
Good morning, all of you. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Rai.
Good morning, DC. After a long time, I've seen you.
Can you check your
Yeah, good morning, Kamal.
Has not
Yeah.
joined yet.
Hi.
Ask him to be
Good
waiting for
morning.
us to start.
Omkar, sir.
Good morning, Kamalji.
So if everything goes fine, Kamal, you will see me more often from next year in Kolkata.
That would be great. That would be great. We would love to.
Krishna, have you joined? Sumit, I have one of my team members just going through the slides so that I don't get distracted moving.
Yeah. Sure. I think he's already there.
Yeah, I think so.
We are checking. Yeah. Let's create a news for start. We're waiting for him to start. He's the first speaker. Yes, join.
Good morning, Mr. Krishnan.
Good morning. Good morning. Apologies. I was having some problems with your CII Hive. I had to grab the password and so on.
Hey, hi, Kak. How are you?
Hi, DC. Good to see you.
Good to see you after a long time. We don't meet each other in the airports these days.
Likewise. Absolutely.
Yeah, airport is the best meeting place. Good morning, everyone. Yeah.
Good morning.
Sumit, should we start?
Yes. Welcome everyone to the 20th edition of the ICT East. It's been a long journey, and we must thank from CII all the stakeholders who have been there for these 20 years. And we must thank all the senior leaders who have made it happen over the years. We have for the next 2 days around 42 senior leaders and the senior government officials who would be addressing the sessions. So with this, I hand over to Chairman Mr. Rajashekhar to kindly take forward the proceedings.
Hey, thank you, Sumit. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 20th edition. It's a landmark, it's a milestone for ICT East, IT industry, academia associated with these activities, and of course, the state governments of the Eastern region. So a very warm welcome to all of you. Would like to begin the address with welcoming the distinguished speakers we have today for the inaugural session, Dr. Partha Chatterjee, Minister in charge, Department of ICE, Information Technology and Electronics and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Rishad Premji, the Chairman, Wipro Limited. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Senior Vice President and Regional Managing Director, Oracle India. Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. Mr. Debashish Chatterjee, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Mindtree. Ms. Daisy Chitlapli, President, Cisco India and SAC. Mr. Anant Krishnan, Co-Chair, Chairman, CII National Committee on IT, ITES, and Executive Vice President and CTO, Tata Consultancy Services. And Mr. Deepankar Chakravarti, my co-chair of CII Eastern Region ICT Subcommittee and Executive Director and Chief Data Control Officer, PricewaterhouseCoopers Private Limited. So distinguished representatives from government, industries, expert speakers and guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome to the landmark 20th edition of ICT East inaugural session. This year with the theme of Rethink with Technology to Reset Business Growth. So we have the privilege of the august presence of Dr. Partha Chatterjee, the Minister in charge of IT, Government of West Bengal. So your contribution to the growth story of Bengal is immense. Your personal intervention and tireless efforts have facilitated the growth of the industry over a couple of decades and investment for the state of West Bengal. On behalf of CII, thank you for always standing by the industry to resolve all issues. You are so approachable and accessible. So we look forward to your perspective on the Bengal advantages for investors and for doing business going forward in Bengal. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS Principal Secretary. We've been on behalf of the CII committee, has the privilege of working very closely with you, sir, from the time you took charge of the office. Your guidance inputs have always helped us to plan out initiatives for the benefit of all stakeholders. So thank you for joining us today. Look forward to hearing your views. A very special welcome to Mr. Premji, Executive Chairman, Wipro Limited. So it's an honor to have you with us on the ICT East platform. Thank you for your presence in the landmark 20th year of the forum. Your perspectives would certainly add tremendous value, also be a source of inspiration, and will help participants to shape future of the organizations. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Shailendra Kumar, SVP Regional Managing Director, Oracle India. Thank you for taking your time out. Join us today. Your views, I'm sure, would benefit all of us, especially from a global perspective. It will be extremely beneficial to all the participants. I'd also like to welcome our special guest, Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General, STPI. Dr. Rai has been a very enthusiastic sponsor over several years. He and his team in Calcutta are a source of tremendous help to the IT companies operating in this region. So we look forward to your thoughts on how STPI can and continue to shape the industry. A hearty welcome to Mr. Anand Krishnan, Co-Chair, CII National Committee on IT, ITES. Thank you, Mr. Krishnan, for joining us today. We look forward to your views on the, especially national priorities and expectation from the sector today in your keynote address. A very warm welcome to Ms. Daisy Chitlapalli, President Cisco India, to this forum. Congratulations to you for recently taking over the new role. I'm sure your address would be very helpful to the participants on how to thrive in the new normal. And take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Devashish Chatterjee, CEO MD, a friend of us to the committee and the initiatives the committee had taken up in this region. We have always supported these initiatives over the years with your presence. Thank you for joining. Look forward to your views. Also extend welcome to my co-chair, Deepanka Chakravarti, as I mentioned earlier. So friends, the impact of IT, internet, digital, data technologies have been very, very profound and widespread. Today, these technologies, we don't have to really talk about so much because they have fundamentally redefined everyone's expectations, changing the way people live and work, and also enabling businesses, governments, societies, communities to reimagine possibilities to create new value. Digitalization is central to all endeavors today. In fact, as the saying goes, a bank today is a technology company with a banking license. And the same analogy can be extrapolated and extended to almost any sector that we can think of, be it healthcare, be it education, be it entertainment, be it transportation, be it retail, and so on and so forth. And especially the pandemic conditions we have all experienced in the last 18 months really brought to the fore the need and urgency and the need to accelerate the adoption and becoming a digital first way of doing things. We're all familiar with the situations where probably 18 months back, one day we were all working together from few office locations of each of our organizations, and overnight moved to largely dispersed, distributed, several hundred, possibly 1,000 office locations. Basically, the office moved with the people. But the organization still delivered exceptional value in very, very challenging, tough times and conditions. And this was made also possible by the digital glue, connected together by IT, digital, data technologies, and of course, people passion, especially the frontline people who had come forward to keep the things running. So the organizations could orchestrate their operations and serve their customers efficiently without any friction, based on these digital platforms. So this is actually the key point, which also be central to our next 2 days of deliberations, which is never let a crisis go waste. It's a good mantra because it is a great pivot. It's a great opportunity for everybody to rethink, reimagine, and do things differently in creating value. So successful leaders are those who can seize these opportunities and use these opportunities for digital transformation to advance their organizations to a new trajectory in the pursuit of their missions. On the other side, there's relentless advance of technologies, more and more powerful technologies like AI, 5G is around the corner in India to robotics, data analytics, computer vision, natural language processing. Very sophisticated technologies are helping organizations to take advantage of digital first world. But however, we also know and experience ourselves that the nature and pace of transformation across various industries, sectors, etc., would also be influenced by the culture, the capability, especially the talent, skill availability, availability of capital, availability of enabling policy conditions, etc. So it's also critical in a nation like ours, the adoption of these technologies, new technologies, powerful technologies also have to be far more democratic and create not only economic value, but also a significant societal value and demonstrate a purpose-led leadership for all stakeholders, making new models more inclusive, more sustainable, more secure, and also respect data privacy. So over the next 2 days, we'd have a galaxy of eminent speakers that deliberate on multiple facets, challenges, and also experiences in shaping and creating an enduring value and exciting future for all. So wishing that this landmark 20th edition of ICT East will be productive, insightful, and a grand success to all the participants. Thank you very much for taking time out and participating in this very important milestone ICT East event. Would like to request Mr. Anand Krishnan to kindly deliver his special address now. Over to you, Mr. Krishnan.
Thank you, Mr. Rajshekhar, and congratulations to the entire CII East team for organizing this landmark 20th event, as you had indicated. I will have the privilege of setting the remarks from two perspectives. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
From two perspectives. One is, of course, as the co-chair of the CII ITES National Committee and the chair of the CII Cybersecurity Committee. The second is my day job as the VP and CTO of TCS. And hopefully it will set the stage for the very exciting 2 days of this event. From how do we rethink technology to reset business growth? So as Raja, you indicated, just about 18 months ago, one fine day, all of us, did a big switch because of this. 100 years ago, the Spanish flu really went all over the world about 3 times, multiple waves, and about 1/3 of the global population was impacted. And while the record keeping was as imperfect as it is today, current estimates are that more than 50 million people died in that epidemic, which came at the end of the First World War. The current pandemic is of comparable impact in terms of absolute numbers. The official counts are over 230 million people who are impacted globally, but thankfully, the mortality numbers are while they are extraordinarily high in terms of absolute numbers, 4.7 million and counting, it's not as significant as it was 100 years ago. And why was that? It's because of the enormous role of all kinds of technologies. In terms of the pharmaceutical industry, of course, have really stepped up in terms of the quick synthesis of the vaccine, but many treatments, many interventions in the diagnosis, the famous RT-PCR test, the lateral flow test, the rapid antigen test, and all that use enormous amount of computing in their processing. The way in which the clinical data and the clinical trials were done for the emergency approvals of the vaccines worldwide, a lot of Indian companies had a role to play in both those aspects. And of course, the continuing surge in terms of the very promising technologies like the mRNA and so on are all at that intersection of biology, life sciences, pharma, and computing, which will hopefully protect us going forward as well. In India as well, there was enormous amount of effort. I remember in late March itself, the Prime Minister's office had started organizing these almost three times a week meetings where we were conceptualizing Arogya Setu. We were conceptualizing how to do track and trace. How are we going to do the drug molecule synthesis? The setting up of the COVID testing infrastructure itself. At the beginning of the pandemic, many of us don't really know, but there was only one lab in India, National Institute of Virology in Pune, which was authorized to do the COVID testing using the RT-PCR method. Imagine if that had continued, it would have been a disaster of the highest proportions. Today, we are doing millions and millions of tests a day. Right? So that is the extent to which the COVID testing infrastructure, as one example, has been set up. Of course, the Department of Biotechnology did all that, but underneath that, there is a data marketplace which has been established with good old IT, which is connecting more than 100 MSMEs in the entire value chain of the not just the test kit manufacturing, but the actual consumables and delivery, matching demand and supply, and so on and so forth. So enormous contribution of IT in that, and then going further down the list, strong communication networks, the role of communications technologies. We are doing this conference virtually. 100 years ago, there was an absolute breakdown of communications. Everything was closed. Schools were closed. Remote working was not possible. Factories were closed, and so on. But in our case, while we had a couple of months, maybe 3 months, a quarter or two of impact on many industries, we are by and large able to do a lot more than we were able to do 100 years ago. So I think the key message here is that the world has really appreciated the way in which the intersection of technology, sciences, industries has made a significant difference. While it is still a tragedy of global proportions, but we have hope thanks to the work that all of us are doing, and we have to be really not just learning from it, but be proud of it as well. Coming to the recovery part, now we are at a phase where life after COVID or with COVID in some form is being looked at seriously across industries, not just our industry, but all the industries that we are privileged to serve, ranging from manufacturing to pharmaceuticals to retail to banking to aerospace. Every industry is now looking at these trends. I've just tried to capture 5 of them, which are being talked about today, and another 4 which are a little further out, but they are all on the table as far as opportunities are concerned. This is the recovery and restart phase that we think we should be paying attention to as an industry in India, as well as because India is the hub for ICT, especially in the enterprise world globally. So what are these? I'm not going to walk through every one of these, but I'll just give you a few examples of how these are actually coming to life because perhaps the acceleration of the pandemic. We have talked about workplaces, the immersive collaboration in the context of our work. We are fortunate that computing as an industry has a large proportion of us who can be productive from anywhere. But that is not the case for industrial workplaces. It's not the case for health workplaces, retail, airlines. Many frontline jobs need people at the front line. How do we make them more productive? How do we reduce the risks that they run? How do we make processes contactless? That's an opportunity that's going to continue, both on the people who are doing those roles as well as consumers. We go to an airport, we would expect to be able to fly safely. Right? So what are those interventions that will require us to make sure that the appropriate precautions are taken, not just for today, but perhaps into the future, because human behavior might demand that as we go forward. Data and digital twins have been around for a while. They have achieved enormous credibility because of the way the pandemic has unfolded. I'll give you just one example. There are the famous Sutra model of COVID prediction, which IIT Kanpur, Professor Manindra Agarwal, Professor Vidyasagar at IIT Hyderabad, and others have pioneered. There are at least 3 or 4 other very granular models which Indian Institute of Science has developed. TCS built one for Pune city, which are essentially very sophisticated twin models down to the street level of a given city. And that kind of capability was put together very quickly for responding to the pandemic, especially to simulate lockdown scenarios, opening up scenarios, and so on. But that has now brought digital twins of factories and power plants and entire business processes to the fore to say, if we can do this for COVID in an emergency, why not do it as a way of life going forward? And so on. Cybersecurity, I will talk about on the next in my final slide as well, because this is something which is, shall we say, a necessary consequence of the very, very extensive digitalization which we have gone through worldwide in the last 18 months. While there is a huge amount of upside to it in terms of productivity and actually human endeavor, clearly there is a big risk factor as well. So as a country, we are now paying a lot more attention to cybersecurity, working within the country, working with partner nations all over the world, especially Israel, on that. And I'll tell you what CII is also planning to do in that context. In the mid and long term, I've just taken 3 or 4 industries here, manufacturing, retail, CPG, media, public services, and so on. There is an enormous amount of interest in using all these technologies, even in areas like public services. I'll just give you one specific example from the India context. In the later part of the year, last year, and the early part of this year, the Prime Minister's office again requested many of us in the IT industry, and we came together to run an AI immersion course for about 50 senior officers of the central government. These are all at very senior levels: additional secretaries to the government, leaders of missions, etc., the civil servants. And the PM himself was briefed on it. It went extremely well, and we were teaching them AI. What is AI, and how, most importantly, will it be used in various aspects of public services? We did case studies with them. We had interactive exercises, all done online. At the end of it, we believe that at least a little bit of mind share and shift in terms of medium to long term, what can public services be using AI for? There was some clarity. So there is interest there. Coming to 5G, which Raja, you also mentioned, while the enormous interest is there on the 5G consumer trials, which Airtel and Jio and Voda and others are doing, and Spectrum is being used for that, 5G is more than a consumer play. 5G in India is a multi-industry.
So good.
So that is the opportunity that many of us are working on. There is an India 5G standard. There seems to be some crosstalk. If people can mute them.
First my secretary, second me.
So 5G as an India standard has emerged, and many parts of academia, industry, and the standards bodies are collaborating around that. So there is, post-COVID, there is enough and more to do, both in India as well as worldwide. So what is the summary of the opportunity? In TCS, we call this the Business 4.0 summary. Many things on this, but a quick way to read this: the core is going to be that all of us are going to focus on resilience of our businesses and the businesses of our customers that we serve. How to make those adaptable to future change, because future change and shocks, whether today it is a pandemic, tomorrow it might be climate change, something else might come up. Adaptability is going to be very key to everything that we build, support, and manage for our customers. And more, societal and purpose-driven thinking is going to pervade our industry. It's not just saying that I have a CSR initiative and I'm done with it, but we will have to be engaged with the larger society around us in a very positive way. While many of us have been doing that as part of our core, in due course, this is going to be the way in which business itself is going to be done. All the things outside that core circle that you see are the enablers, whether it's mass personalization, whether it's exponential value, it's leveraging of ecosystems, embracing of risk, and so on. So this is the framework that I'd like us to keep in mind as we go forward, thinking about those technologies, but this is the context in which those technologies will be used. Lastly, to summarize, what is it that the CII National Committee on IT and ITES is doing? There is a lot of agenda that Anant Maheshwari, who's the chair, and I, as a co-chair, are privileged to drive. We are essentially advising the CII National Council and the Digital Committee, chaired by Chris Gopalakrishnan, on what is it that the IT industry is doing, and on the other side, what is it that we can do for the other parts of the CII membership. You see a long list of things that we are committing to do. Atmanirbhar Bharat clearly is on top of the agenda for CII, and we will be supporting it in a significant way. The policy advocacy is going to continue, of course, and we are a very strong voice in almost every initiative. Data security, data privacy, these are two things which we are actively engaged with today, but there will be many more, including government procurement and so on, that we are working with. There is going to be a lot of continued thought leadership, publications, conferences, and so on and so forth that we will be doing. And I see Ramesh Karwani here. He and his team do a fantastic job of collating and distilling all that going forward. And the role that we will have in the partnership across not just CII membership, but industry at large, with the government, the ministries, academia, and of course, each of us as members in bringing all this to life is going to be clear. Last year, we had a very active subcommittee on digital skilling that is going to continue. Coming to cybersecurity, which is the subcommittee that I have the privilege to chair, many things have been talked about, but I'll just pick the top 4 or 5. First of all, there is a need, as I said, because of the increasing risk that digitalization has created across industries. There is a need for creating awareness within the CII membership. So the ITS industry, by and large, we are okay because this is our core. We understand cybersecurity. We take precautions. We are, if let's say a cert.in sends us a checklist to say that, guys, there is a risk coming up based on their perception, we know what to do. That is not true of almost any other industry. So we are going to be doing a lot more in terms of awareness creation within the membership. A specific service called cyber review and audit is being conceptualized, and essentially this will allow CII members to take a CII, shall we say, authorized service provider to conduct a cyber review and audit, and perhaps ongoing improvement of a cybersecurity posture of a MSME or a small manufacturing company or a typical CII member, let me put it that way. And we will also take the help of partner countries. Israel has stepped forward. There's going to be an Indo-Israel event later in November, December, which will specifically focus on some of these areas as we go forward. So these are the kind of things that the National Committee is doing. I would request CII East to actively participate and engage with us in all these areas, and look forward to a great set of contributions from all of you as well. With that, I'll conclude, and thank you again, Raja and the organizers, for giving me the opportunity. Back to you.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you very much. Insightful, your points on intersection of new technologies and how we're doing a lot more than before, and also a framework for rethinking, especially post-pandemic and thriving in post-pandemic conditions. Along with your pointers on cybersecurity, we will take your offer on that. And in the Eastern region, we would cascade the understanding around the need to do these things in more safely and securely, especially the change that is going to be brought about. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me now welcome Mr. Debashish Chatterjee to address the delivery special address, please. Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee.
Thank you, Raja. Thank you, CII, for having me here. And congratulations to CII on completion of your 20th year. Good morning to all of you on this call. And it's always great to hear from Anand, and I think he has set the stage very nicely. So what I will do is I'll share some perspectives in terms of what we feel is going to be in terms of thriving in the new normal. Last time when we met, we knew that the recovery was not certain. It could probably be very long, but we also knew that digital acceleration is the new mantra, and customers are focusing on digital acceleration in a big way. And most interestingly, we already had a few indications that clients were also redefining possibilities and reimagining their business models, contrary to the earlier where they were just focusing on doing digital. But I would say in the last 1 year during this pandemic, clients have truly tried to become digital. And what I will cover is what has transpired and what does the future look like as we go along. We live in a very dynamic, complex world. We call it a VUCA world. It's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. But it's very highly interconnected, sensitive to global shocks, and also composed of many moving parts. And let me share a few examples just to highlight each of those aspects. Highly interconnected. We as people are highly interconnected within ourselves. Our businesses are highly interconnected. States, countries are highly interconnected. The Suez Canal blockage example, it held up traffic for nearly $10 billion of goods every day. And 10% of all the global trade flew through this channel, through this canal. Apart from the delayed delivery of the goods, it also created a container shortage. It affected Asia, it affected Europe, it affected US, everywhere, across the world. And that's how interconnected we are. If you take the example of the pandemic, we are also sensitive to global shocks that are affecting across the borders. The effect of COVID-19 has not only been because of physical movement of people that forced the virus to spread, but also the economic effects that passed from one industry or one country to another industry and another country. So that is how sensitivity has worked in terms of the global world. Businesses today are also composed of many moving parts that is difficult to identify and isolate the impact from one another. It is also inherently complex to understand how the parts interrelate and work together. The semiconductor crisis is a classic example. The current shortage has affected everything from automobile to mobile phones, PCs, and even microwaves and washing machines. So if I just reflect, when I addressed you last time, we were facing the brunt of the pandemic, and the forecast was fairly grim. And this is what I used in this chart is what I used in my last year's presentation. But if I just go fast forward as of today, we are in a much better shape. We are in a much better place. Thanks to the amazing speed of vaccine development and distribution, along with significant innovations from enterprises as we have navigated through the new normal. So now let me just talk about, as we get back to the new normal again, there are certain notions and assumptions that the pandemic has challenged. Let's talk about the country. We have always said that our country is not ready for a black swan event. We have proven it wrong. I think if you look at the vaccine rollout, the way we have handled the pandemic, I think it's commendable. We thought that vaccine development can take 8 to 15 years. That was the initial thinking. I think the speed of vaccine development has been phenomenal. Moving to the enterprise level, if you look at various enterprises, I call it, business continuity plan redefined. I think the entire concept of BCP has been redefined due to this pandemic. And we always thought that employees need to work from office, no longer. And I think many of the organizations are now figuring out in terms of the hybrid workspace, hybrid working models. And we also thought that digital is a fad. We always need physical interfaces. Again, we have proven it to be wrong. And if you look at many of the organizations today and some of the organizations that we work with, they're all becoming, focusing on contactless, focusing on direct to consumer, focusing on omni-channel. the digital banks, for example. So I think at an organization level, there has been a lot of reimagining of business models. And coming to individual levels as well, I now live in Bangalore, so and you can understand my sentiments about commute. I don't think commute is a problem anymore. We don't talk about commute anymore. I don't hear people complaining about commute. And the interesting thing is that we always used to complain about work-life balance. Presumably, we wanted to spend more time at home, but it's the other way around now. Now I'm hearing complaints that when can we come back to office? So that will give them better work-life balance. So, and some of these things, whatever we have witnessed, they're going to stay on, like contactless, for example. I don't think it's going to go away once the pandemic is over. But through this pandemic, technology has been an essential worker. And again, I don't need to elaborate in multiple areas, from accelerating discovery of vaccines to accelerating the space of transformation of entire industries. It has enabled us to stay connected with our loved ones at work, with doctors, governments, teachers, bankers, and it also helped the businesses to survive and thrive. As I said earlier, I think this has also been a great opportunity for to deal with a crisis and create new business models. I think Raja said in his opening remarks, "Don't let a crisis go to waste." And a lot of the organizations, and again, I think every organization has done it in some way. So no disrespect to any organization, but just a few examples that I have picked up over here. Chipotle's. If you look at Chipotle, very successful fast food, Mexican fast food joint, but they started this very quickly as soon as the pandemic hit. They were agile to create these drive-through lanes dedicated for customers ordering ahead via the Chipotle mobile app, and who could pick up their orders without leaving their cars. Similarly, Domino's did something very similar. They had customers order ahead, share their vehicle details. A team member from the store will bring the order to the car and announce on the app that they have reached. And once they announce on the app that they have reached. So again, completely contactless. And Dyson, uh, in collaboration with the technology partnership, they designed an innovative respirator in just 10 days and developed a working model in 30 days using their extensive knowledge of motors for suction and ventilation, something that has really helped the world dealing with this pandemic. Verizon, MasterCard working together on transformational financial technologies, leveraging 5G, so on and so forth. There are so many examples to talk about, but the most interesting thing that has happened during the last 12 to 18 months is businesses have really focused on innovating and reimagining their business models. And technology has become a complete integral part of the business. And as we call this, digital first. There was a time when technology used to work alongside the business. Then technology started enabling the business. And now technology is the business. Again, I heard this comment earlier. A bank is a technology company who also does banking. Same with manufacturing. A lot of manufacturers are calling themselves as more technology companies. And look at some of the disruptions. If you look at some of the fintechs, they have disrupted the market, and many banking behemoths are now thinking digital first. Marcus by Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, they have got this Chase digital bank in UK. Similarly, for retail, what started as an e-commerce websites to display stocks for in-store buying has evolved into a digitizing select sales and marketing, supply chain interfaces, so on and so forth. This pandemic has made digital the default channel for retail sales and a robust supply chain. So this is again something which is phenomenal journey, and many of these things are going to stay there beyond the pandemic. They're not going to get back to the earlier normal. So in terms of, before I conclude, what do we see in terms of priorities? What are the enterprises looking for in the new normal? So in our view, there are three priorities in terms of top of the mind recall for enterprises as they thrive in the new normal with speed, agility, and innovation. Connecting with the consumer, direct to consumer, omni-channel, frictionless user experience, using data to drive personalization and loyalty. This is going to be the future. Enhancing efficiency, optimize and reimagine operations, leverage data to become nimble and adapt to fast-moving trends. IoT connected ecosystem, this is again going to be very critical as we enhance efficiency. And Anand talked about cyber, I think that ensuring security and resilience will be something which is very, very critical as we go along in the new normal. Use a zero trust model to strengthen both internal and external perimeters. Plan for secure by design models and drive a strong scenario planning. So in summary, before I hand it over back to Raja, is this pandemic has brought the importance of many aspects, especially agility and resilience, to the forefront. I talked about redefined business models and operating models. That is something which is real. We used to talk about it, but in the last 12 to 18 months, a lot of organizations have made it happen. Digital ways of working is pervasive. I don't think you can really, any transformation, any organization goes through is led by digital. So digital has become very pervasive, absolutely mainstream as we speak. And if you want to thrive in the new normal, we need to be also, be pragmatic in terms of using disruptive technology. Like when you say AI, how do you talk about ethical AI, so on and so forth. But organizations will have to use disruptive technology to gain sustained competitive advantage. And with that, I will conclude. And I hope, last year when I was here, I was hoping I should be there in person. This event could be done in person, but looks like I have to hope for one more year. Hopefully next year we should be able to do it in person and should be able to meet you in Kolkata. Thank you so much. Back to you, Raja.
Thank you, Debashish. Thank you for all the pointers on how to thrive in the new normal. Certainly looking forward to having you in person in Kolkata for the 21st ICT East next year. Thank you, Debashish, for taking time out and for those perspectives. I will welcome Ms. Daisy Chitlapalli. First, congratulations, Daisy, for the new role and the best wishes. Look forward to your guidance, support, and contributions for ICT East initiatives. So over to you for your perspectives on the digital economy and how the digital technologies can be used to revive, rethink, reimagine businesses and organizations. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Raja, for having me here and the entire CII team for hosting this event. A very good morning to all of you in this virtual room today. And I echo Mr. Devashish's comments about maybe doing this in person sometime soon, next year, hopefully. But in the meantime, again, kudos to CII and CII East for bringing this group of speakers together this morning. Because especially over the last two editions, my understanding is that CII East has served as a medium for the industry, for corporates and the government to come together and discuss the ramifications of the pandemic. This is a platform that's allowing us to identify what we must do to turn all of the challenges that we've faced as a nation in the last 18 months into learnings that will lead India into its next phase of growth and prosperity. And I think both Anant and Debashish talked about that a little bit in their address to this audience today. And it isn't optimism, because I've always believed, Raja, you opened with never waste a crisis. I'm also a believer that crisis can never stop business or governance. Instead, they lay the path for innovation and growth, and that's what we're starting to see now. Because if you look at 2020, it was all about change, adapting to a new way of working, learning, connecting, engaging with others. And I know we still have news of a third wave that may rear its head, but it's very, very evident that India has already headed into a massive rebound. The numbers are speaking for themselves. When we ended last year, I think all of the financial experts, whether it's IMF, World Bank, RBI, everybody put their forecast for this fiscal year at around 7%. Then it got adjusted to about 8 to 8.5%. But given how Q1 has gone, Q1 of this fiscal has gone at about just a tad over 20% growth. It would not be surprising if we actually go and hit RBI's projected 9.5% growth for 22, or even surpass that. And if that happens, we will certainly be the most rapidly expanding large economy in the world. And this is just coming off the back of being one of the worst hit countries in just a few months. So it's very important to give credit to the resilience of our country in the face of the toughest odds. And it's not just a GDP level that we are seeing the spirit to win, right? Another prime example, if we look at our startup ecosystem, despite lockdown, despite muted demand, we have seen 24 unicorns in the first 8 months of the year. And at this point in time, we have an overall number of 62 unicorns in India. We have another 32 gazelles, which are valued at over 500 million. We have 54 cheetahs at about 200 odd million. So when we look at all of these numbers, it's very clear that we will be right up there at the top of the world map of innovation excellence. What's incredibly exciting is that all of this, the leap from recovery to rebound, has been fueled by technology. And I think, again, Anant and Devashishan talked about it. India has been on the path of digital transformation for some time now, but the pandemic has really demonstrated how far technology can go in empowering both people and businesses. So consequently, what we will see happening when we do come out of COVID or COVID becomes endemic is that even the most cash-strapped organizations will invest in technology to gain a competitive edge in the next normal. The IT spending, as Gartner puts it, is also quite robust at about 8%, and we do have an IT spend industry in India, which is just a tad under 93 billion. So obviously talking to all of the work that companies, enterprises, and governments are doing with technology. Interestingly, I talked about how the non-traditional sectors are also transforming at speed, and the government is an amazing example in itself. The government of India's IT spending is going to be in the range of about $8.3 billion in this fiscal year. Healthcare, which has traditionally been an industry where virtual models could not be proven, I think we have 75% of healthcare leaders in the country going on record saying that they are considering a permanent shift to remote care, and that as a top priority now. So of course, and digitization is picking up pace in manufacturing, agriculture, logistics, so many other sectors which are set to see digitization at scale. So essentially, there's an enormous shift in how organizations see technology powering growth and profitability. Because one thing that the pandemic has changed forever is that going forward, what can be delivered digitally must and will be delivered digitally. So every company on the planet is rushing to keep pace with this fast emerging digital environment. And in the process, technology is being seen not as a means to an end, but the foundation on which success in the new world will be built. And how that translates into action, of course, looks different for every company. But based on our conversation with both customers and governments and communities across sectors, across regions, we see investments being funneled into 4 large areas. I think Anand talked about the technology pieces a little bit. This is a different nuance or a different lens to look at it with. The first is around reimagining applications, because if you look at every company today, the app is the company's brand, right? So the experience of the app pretty much decides what our experience with that company or enterprise is. We see a world in which over 500 million new applications will be developed by the next year, by 2023, and the majority of that written exclusively for the cloud. So of course, in this environment, enterprises need to ensure the experience of their app residing in a cloud world, but they also need to know what's going on with what that experience looks like in real time to their customers. So really, the conversation around monitoring and managing applications and app performance across the cloud world is a priority for most enterprises, and something that a conversation that occupies center stage even at the CXO and the board level. At the same time that we're moving to an app-centric world, we also must acknowledge that much of our infrastructure, and we've seen that in the last mile problems as we've all migrated to work from home, we do need for the new world a new kind of infrastructure, and that is backbone networks, clouds, data centers. All of those have to be reimagined for a newly merged enterprise and consumer network, because these two networks were separate and siloed. They've come together at speed during the pandemic. The third, of course, is this phenomenon of hybrid work and what can technology do to power hybrid work. And it's not just collaboration technology and video conferencing as we like to dumb it down, but it's also security, IoT, and so much more than all of that. And so you'd have to have end-to-end capabilities that will power productive, engaging, secure hybrid work. And that is what the focus of the world is going to be for the long term. And of course, lastly, as all of these transitions talked about, I think Anand talked about it as well, the biggest piece of the puzzle becomes security. The old paradigms for security just won't work in the new dynamic. Workloads, workforce, workplace, everything is too distributed. So while we realize that threat landscape is becoming more complex, the development of security has to be simple and seamless. So this is where a lot of our conversation with folks, both at policy, influencers, influencer bodies like CII and others, as well as with end customers, is around zero trust frameworks, which will allow everyone to have a simplified, unified, and integrated view into environments and security of those environments, which essentially allow secure access across users, devices, and locations. So, of course, we have a lot of work to do on the way to becoming a truly digital India, but we still believe we're much further along than we ever were before. And a lot of work, like I said, one is the technology lens, but also a lot of work happening in non-traditional sectors like utilities, agriculture, logistics, manufacturing, etc., all primed for transformation. Overall, we see a very ubiquitous and rapid shift in mindset around tech as firms embrace building their digital capability, and that is the key, at the risk of repetition, the key to success in the digital world. So we talked about technology being wielded to build agility and resilience, but I just want to spend a couple of minutes on what this means, what this mass embracing of technology really means for India as a country and the impact this new digital world will have on India. And I'd like to talk about it in three P's of the India opportunity: people, product, and the most important thing, I think Anand talked about it at the company level, but for India also, the purpose piece of this conversation. Starting with people first, right? We've heard many conversations around how, as workplaces go hybrid, people will have more diverse job opportunities. Of course, for India, with our massive and highly digitally savvy youth, India could potentially transform from being the back office of the world, as it has been for IT and BPO, to becoming the home office of the world. Because in addition to a changing workplace dynamic, we also have workers who can bring to enterprises a broader view of, of an international worker who can bring diversified insights into new markets and a broader perspective to an industry which is hiring our people potentially from outside the borders of our country. Hybrid work also means an immense opportunity to bring more women and marginalized groups into the workforce, given that there is greater choice and flexibility around where to work. And if you look at the numbers from Team Lease, just this year, there's a 37% increase in women, as an example, applying for jobs and getting hired. This is one side of the opportunity. The other side is the need for talent proficient in digital technologies. Workers requiring digital skills need to increase 9x by 2025 in India alone, and that is an immense opportunity for employment creation and for folks who are looking for jobs. If I just look at Cisco, our networking academy program has trained over 300,000 to over 3 lakh people in the last 12 months, and 30% of that workforce, which then becomes employable in this country and beyond, are women. So, of course, these kind of efforts need to be scaled to make a higher impact. If we look at products, the first thing that comes to mind when we say products is production or manufacturing. And while manufacturing is a critical part of it, how we transport goods, that is logistics, and how we produce food is an example. Agriculture is also significant aspects of digitally transforming India's production capabilities and creating a far more sustainable production ecosystem. And this is something that India should think about as well, because if we look at logistics as an example, we are at 13 to 14% of GDP, one of the highest logistics cost countries in the world. And to truly becoming a $5 trillion economy, one of the things we will have to do is to depress the cost of logistics in India to 8 to 9% like US or Europe or some of the other more efficient countries do. If we look at agriculture, our average farm income at about $1,700 per farmer compared to the agri household median of $83,000 plus in the US. Again, technology, precision agriculture, which uses technology, can go a long way in bridging that gap and helping. Agri-tech can really help farmers boost both profitability as well as productivity. And early pilots are already happening. We are very proud of a pilot that we're doing in the state of Kerala, which brings together sensors, data stores, and other tech to Kerala's paddy and prawn farmers. While it's a nascent stage in this space, there is hope to make farms and farmers more productive and sustainable in time. And just coming to the last, but what I believe to be the most crucial possibility of digital transformation for India is around purpose. For several months, we've been debating how India's future will look, but we are already living in the future. Digital, of course, has become a way of life for many of us, but this future and all of the opportunities it brings, unfortunately, are not equally distributed. The debate about economic inclusivity must grow to include political and social inclusion. In India, technology can help improve access to quality of life and citizen services like healthcare, education, insurance, enhance governance and streamline services like banking, taxation, identity and benefits programs, help lift farmers and urban poor out of poverty, empower women and differently abled people to join the workforce, and so on and so forth. This is where we need to pay the most attention to address inequities and leave no one behind on our journey towards the $5 trillion goal that we have for India. But given that we're almost $1.4 billion strong country and the challenges we face on multiple fronts in terms of infrastructure, access to internet, digital literacy, etc., the interventions we talked about, people, production, and purpose, are easier said than done. You could even say that efforts have been ongoing in these areas for years. But what's different now is that simply as a country, we are readier than we were ever before to embrace technology and bring the power of technology to impact at scale, to impact for good at scale. That is different. And I think we have the intent and the realization that technology can drive impact at scale. So it's with this renewed sense of purpose that I believe a better and inclusive India will be built as tech companies, government, industry bodies like CII, etc., band together and work towards this shared vision. If there has never been a better time to act on this vision, and with technology serving as an ally and an enabler, we have the tools and, more importantly, the intent to effect change where it is most needed. Thank you again, and thank you again, Raja and CII East, for having me here today.
Thank you, Daisy, for you. You're really the hope and the optimism that comes out of what we have achieved so far, and the intent and the work still to be done, and of course the capabilities that do exist today to do that in our country in an inclusive manner and in a very impactful manner at the scale as you talked about. Thank you very much, Daisy. And let me welcome now our next speaker. Dr. Rai. So Dr. Rai, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sri Rajashekharji. First of all, I must thank CII for inviting me here. I'm very proud to be here. I think for last many years, I get an opportunity to not only share some of my thoughts, what we are doing, but also to benefit from the kind of presentations and addresses that are made by industry leaders. I have been here since morning, since the very beginning of this session, and I've listened very carefully the presentation made by the previous speakers. And I'm very glad, I'm very sure that India basically for the region, that the kind of leadership that is being led by the stakeholders, by industry, academia, and policymakers would continue to march towards the creation of wealth, prosperity, job, and opportunity. I would say that because of this COVID-19 caused lockdown, all of us have seen disruptions and resilience, adoptions. We have seen accelerated and fast-tracked digital adoption all over in everything that we do. We have talked about work from home culture, dispersal to smaller towns, upskilling of our workforce, a very immersive, collaborative working environment that has been now adopted and is ever growing with the adoption of new technology. I must say that whatever we are doing, we are now very keen and open Actually, we are fast tracking the digital adoption in everything that we are doing, whether it is government or whether it is businesses. And during this last 2 years' time, we have seen tremendous adoption of digital technology in our businesses, our offering that we do. In government too, we have seen the emergence of India Stack in a very speedy manner. We have seen that India has been able to resort to the digital platforms to do whatever we do, whatever we deliver to our citizen. Latest the example of CoWIN platform, that is the world's largest technology platform to manage the vaccination, manage the COVID challenges. That happened in a very short period of time, and so organized, so managed that India is smoothly, seamlessly, getting vaccinated, and everything is getting managed. We also know that as Ms. Daisy has just mentioned about the a very fast track growth of digital technology startup ecosystem in this country. We know that we are now 62 unicorns, or 68 perhaps. The number is so growing that it is very difficult to freeze on one number. So in this year itself, since January 2021, we have added close to 23 or 28, if I agree with Ms. Daisy, unicorns in our offering. Last year itself, we added 18. Now, until this day, we have been able to add 28 unicorns. That is amazing growth that India has witnessed, India has demonstrated. And this growth has happened because of region. Some speaker mentioned about the strength of IT services industry of India. We know that India started as a very uh, uh, bottom of the value chain in terms of IT services once upon a time 30 years before. But we moved up the value chain and we became, R&D as a service industry in India. We have got captive R&D institutions in India. So India has been creating products either in a captive manner or for their customers. And therefore, in fact, Indian IT services industry is, R&D industry, technology product creation industry as such. And that has actually fueled and fast tracked the accelerated growth of technology startup ecosystem, and that has brought a lot of wealth. I was listening to some of the speakers from the market business leaders, and they were saying that India is going to be sustained because of upcoming ever growing technology startup ecosystem, because they will now support the market, they will go for IPOs, and India will witness budging of business activities because of this startup ecosystem. As I mentioned earlier, the entire India, so-called India stack, is powered by IT services industry of India. Whether it is Aadhaar, whether it is digital payment, GSTN network, or all such things that we have achieved during a very short period of time, has been made possible because the industry that we had in India, which supported fast track growth of this technology platform. We also know that India came up with National Policy on Software Product 2019 um, by Ministry of Electronics and IT. This was also encouraged by the very strong IT services industry, and the entire preamble of this policy was based on the strength that we have within India, which is being validated for the fact that this technology startup ecosystem is ever growing. But this is just a beginning. This National Policy on Software Product 2019 talks about taking our software technology product industry manyfold from what we are today, around $10 billion, to $70 to $80 billion. Once we talk, we will reach to this target by 2025. But reasons, it is this target date is getting postponed. But still, we resolved that India has to become technology software product nation, and it has to move apart from growing IT services industry. We have to move into technology product arena also, and that has been also, we also came up with next generation incubation services in the Ministry of Electronics and IT to ensure that we do this entrepreneurship in very inclusive manner. The young boys and girls of smaller towns, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, they should also be able to participate the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem. They should benefit from the system that we have within India now. We also talk about if national policy on education, national education policy 2020. This is massively dependent on the technology intervention. It talks about the entire changes in the pedagogy, in the digitization of the content, multilingual content, dissemination of the content, then virtual and collaborative technology platform to disseminate those contents. And therefore, this NEP 2020 can be made possible. Its objectives can only be realized if we adopt this digital technology in big way. As the previous speaker talked about the charisma, the strength that is brought in the terms of immersive technology. We know that this NEP 2020, whether it is skilling, education, health, everywhere, this AR, VR technology, animation, visual effect technologies, whether it's in media and entertainment, they are going to make much difference. In the field of agriculture, health, this blockchain technologies, IoT, and apart from that, because of generation of huge data caused by digitization in the governance, we are going to see and create a lot of data, and that is going to make our AI system more reliable, more resilient. And therefore, India is at the cusp of a very great revolution. We are going to see creation of a lot of wealth, a lot of technology around the growth, the initiative that we are taking together. I'm very glad that the industry is having a vision, and this vision is a shared vision. This vision will be taken forward by all of us together, and then only India will be able to, solve its problem, create a lot of opportunities, jobs, and businesses would grow in very seamless manner. With these few words, I must say that Software Technology Parks of India, realizing this opportunity, has been able to create center of entrepreneurship, incubators in emerging technology. We have launched 20 center of entrepreneurship across the country. We are set to launch 5 more. These center of entrepreneurship are being led by industry leaders, industry veterans, and it is all happening in a very collaborative manner in collaboration with academia, industry leader, philanthropists, and Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, apart from state government. These center of entrepreneurship are in the field of AI, IoT, blockchain, and in the domains like agriculture, fintech, meditech, autonomous, connected, electric, and shared vehicle. These center of entrepreneurship are conducting open challenge program, screening program throughout the year with the participation from esteemed IT services industry. We have several mentors, hundreds of mentors from the industry, and they are working with us. We are affording these opportunities to young boys and girls, apart from tier 1 cities to tier 2 and tier 3 cities also. And therefore, I am very sure that these initiatives of STPI would definitely help creation of a very inclusive startup ecosystem in this country, and will afford opportunity, infrastructure ecosystem to young boys and girls of this nation. Will play our role. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. You and your team have been a great support for this, especially ICT East platform in this region. Thank you for your continued support and your emphasis on shared vision for all stakeholders to make sure that this opportunity is realized is absolutely very critical. Thank you very much. I would like to welcome Mr. Shailendra Kumar to share his perspectives. Over to you, Shail.
Thanks, Raja. I have to say it's been an absolute pleasure listening to the speakers this morning. It's really, really great. So, leaders of West Bengal government, respected industry leaders, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, it's been a big delight to be present here today and speak to you all this morning. ICT East has proved itself to become an annual event for CII, and a big thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak. The topic for discussion today is very pertinent as the pandemic has taught us many different lessons. In the last year and a half, markets shifted, customers' needs evolved, organizations all around us got disrupted. All of us were forced to really rethink, reshape our way forward, to shift to a mindset of continuity. We at Oracle have been in unique position of supporting mission critical workloads for a long time that keeps our customers across public and private sector organizations around the world and across industries up and running. Now, more than ever, it was critical for us to make it possible for our customers to continue operations and help them respond to these unique challenges that they were facing. When India went into lockdown, we worked with our customers in ensuring business continuity and enabling remote working. Shout out to all our customers who made life of citizens of India easy during these difficult times. Now, as most of the speakers also spoke about, we see finally areas are emerging after the initial onslaught, and we see similar kind of growth which various organization, industry, and government anticipated for FY21. Albert Einstein said, "In the midst of every crisis lies great opportunity." And there is no question that we are in the midst of an economic and humanitarian crisis. Shifting customer behavior and volatile markets may have created an anxious economic environment. But transformations through investment in technology has also created many new opportunities, which will have a long-term positive impact on society, industry, and governance. We all know maintaining the status quo and inability to see trends ahead have toppled many organizations. And in these uncertain times, it's even more critical for businesses to really rethink and reshape their way forward. Leaders are expected to come up with innovative ways to not only ensure business continuity in order to survive, but also go all in for digital transformation to thrive and achieve breakthroughs at all levels. To my mind, these leaders need to exhibit three traits. The first one is being seekers, actively and directly engage current and potential users to shape new products and services based on shifting customer behaviors and strive to be the first to market these offerings. Second, market readers watch their customers and competitors carefully, focusing largely on creating value through incremental change, adapting to the current reality and market trends. And the third, very important, is technology drivers enhancing their technological capabilities to drive both breakthrough innovation and incremental change to solve the new needs of their users via technology. Now we are seeing tremendous digital progress in our country as pandemic has accelerated transformation of IT systems and policies. Whatever the stage of transformation, there is a sense of urgency to invest in technologies that can fulfill these goals. Our customers are witnessing huge surge in demand to deliver all their services digitally. The challenge is to make sure these services are available all the time. The rampant growth in internet users in India, the heightened number of mobile phone users, smartphone users, and then look at the digital transactions growth. In October 2020, all of us know and may have read the number of universal payment interface transactions crossed 1 billion for the first time, reflecting India's increasing appetite for digital spending. And some of the speakers spoke about COVID. What a great platform it has been for vaccine registration and monitoring platform that is being used by millions of citizens nationwide and potentially across the globe now. As the country advances its agenda of building a digitally knowledgeable economy, the single biggest question we are getting is, how do I advance digital innovation without compromising on mission criticality, availability, performance, and security? We believe digital innovation is not possible without access to and productive use of data. And again, some of the speakers alluded to this thing in detail. Having the right data strategy to manage and make available all the data you need, no matter where it originates or is stored, is key to your success or any organization's success. You also need to have the right approach to analyze the data. In every organization, data comes from various sources, in various forms, in various sizes, and at various speeds. Every technology innovation, every new business model is how about using this data in new ways. Future-ready organizations put data at the heart of everything they do. Given the right data strategy, modernizing your applications, connecting and integrating, analyzing and acting on the insights, and of course, protecting and securing this data. Our mission is to help people see data in various new ways, discover insights, unlock endless possibilities. We have a rich heritage of over 4 decades in data management and databases. More than half of planet's data resides in Oracle database. We have been using open design to embed data-driven innovation across our customers' businesses in weeks, not months. and of course, having the world's fastest, most scalable and reliable data technology. Let me talk about India. Imagine a day without Oracle and its impact. No banking transaction, no stock market trading, no air ticket sales, no cell phones, no critical services coming from the government side. The need to be fast, agile, and adaptive is higher than ever, which is where being a cloud-driven business is becoming increasingly important. And again, some of the speakers spoke about this, how important it is in terms of agility, flexibility, and being adaptive, that how do we start embracing cloud as early as possible. We have seen many organizations are evaluating cloud to get access to all the latest data management innovations at their fingertips and benefit from the advancements in performance, high availability, reliability, and single access across existing relational data, as well as unstructured data from social, mobile, and IoT technologies. They want to reduce IT spend, but also accelerate innovation, be more agile and responsive, and support business transformation and digital transformation initiatives. I'm extremely delighted to announce that the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, empaneled our cloud regions in Hyderabad and Mumbai as cloud infrastructure service providers, paving the way for enterprises, small and medium businesses, public sector, central and state governments, and government-owned entities to take advantage of these services. This will certainly help the Digital India vision that is spreading high-speed digital infrastructure, digital services, and digital literacy, even to the remotest part of the country. With this empanelment also means that the organizations in India, public or private, can move forward with deploying Oracle's next generation cloud infrastructure and application services delivered from our 2 centers. It also means that the platform for platforms that are coming up across various departments can take advantage of Oracle Cloud to ensure that the data generated is properly ingested and that it stays in the country, is stored, indexed, and retrieved in a meaningful manner and as per the government norms. And it can provide the best analytics that can act as an effective decision-making system. We have built these cloud in India that is secure and has all the necessary certification with respect to data security and data sovereignty. And our users have access to embedded AI and machine learning across our entire cloud suite to enhance experience and unlock new insights for businesses. Additionally, our data science platform enables data scientists to build, train, and manage machine learning models on Oracle Cloud using an open source Python ecosystem to provide automated machine learning, model evaluation, and explanation. In that direction, our autonomous database and autonomous Linux have been the game changer. Autonomous database, which is a self-driving, self-repairing, and self-securing product, which takes the complete human intervention out of the question. No upgrades, no patches, no tuning, and of course, no downtime, which is very, very critical for business as well as government services. These low-code solutions are designed for developers, business users, decision makers, and domain experts. And it provides a highly secure, collaborative environment and meets government and compliance requirements. With Oracle, our customers also gain access to one of the world's most advanced and inherently innovative ecosystem. We work with more than 500 partners in India and have also introduced the Oracle Cloud Marketplace, an online store that provides a catalog of curated solutions offered by Oracle and our partners. These solutions help accelerate and optimize our customers' cloud and hybrid deployments. Many leading ISVs are now running their cloud-based software as a service offerings on Oracle Cloud infrastructure. As a result, they have been able to significantly improve application performance and generate more value for their customers. We see many organizations getting more comfortable on a multi-cloud model, where they use best-of-breed cloud services from a trusted set of cloud providers. In this direction, we have been very much focused on making it easier for the organizations to take a leap according to their liking. Our strategic partnership with companies like Microsoft, VMware, ServiceNow has been resonating very, very well with our enterprise customers. We just heard from Dr. Rai on startups. Startups play an important role in the broader development ecosystem for India. The growing cost and complexity of hardware and software technology is motivating many startups and small businesses to look at the cloud. Apart from these technology and business investments we have also created a wide range of programs designed to help our customers migrate to the cloud and support their needs afterwards as they evolve. We are doing this thing because we have been laser focused on our customer success. That's our true north and one of the foundation pillars of our business in India. This is a very exciting time. We are looking forward to being a strong technology advisor and partner to our users in India as they grow, expand, and innovate across the country and more than the world. Today in India, we have 40,000 people doing various kind of roles, more than 15,000 customers using Oracle to manage their mission critical requirements. And spans across the best of enterprises, the global organization, public sectors delivering services to the citizens and on. These are some of the examples how we have been partnering with our customers in their digital innovation journey. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that cloud services can only accelerate India's move towards becoming a digitally empowered society, bringing about a smarter, more inclusive future for everyone. With that, I would like to thank all the dignitaries and attendees. I would also like to thank the CII Eastern chapter for inviting me to address this August gathering. Thank you and stay safe. Raja, back to you.
Thank you, Shaili. Thank you for a very comprehensive perspective on what Oracle is doing, as well as how the technologies can help us to put as a nation on a path to thrive in the new normal, a path to prosperity. An interesting thought that when you're commenting on the high-speed digital infrastructure, the cloud-hosted data centers, and so on and so forth getting built in the country, it gives a thought that possibly there's an opportunity for India to even leapfrog the limitations of physical infrastructure, and hopefully digital infrastructure can be a force multiplier in helping accelerate on the journey to prosperity going forward. Thank you, Shaili, for your thoughts. We have really a special welcome to Mr. Premji, who joined us. It's a great honor to have you, sir, in our landmark 20th event of ICT East. Really look forward to your perspectives, and I'm sure your views and perspectives will be a source of inspiration for all the participants here in shaping the future, using the exciting the technology as a leverage. So over to you, sir. Can you, are we audible, Mr. Premji? We are not able to hear you. I don't know whether it's my only me or.
I'm not muted and.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
You can hear me. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for having me and inviting me to this inaugural session of the 20th edition of the ICT East. It's an interesting coincidence that Wipro opened its first campus in Kolkata 20 years ago today. I'm excited to be able to speak with all of you, and this has been a difficult year, as you know, for all of us. But thankfully, things are starting to look up. Millions of people around the world have been vaccinated, businesses have been reopened, and the economy is showing signs of recovery. And while we have not completely stepped out of the woods yet, we are in a much better position today than we were certainly last year. As someone who's closely associated with a technology company, I feel particularly proud of the fact that technology has played a fundamental role in this recovery. Technology has now become the key to survival and driving resilience, putting it front and center across industries and across the globe. Let's take our own lives. in these 18 months, we have seen an increased prevalence of technology all around us. We have bought food directly from growers and paid them electronically. We have taken online consultations with doctors, found online delivery companies to send home-cooked meals and medicines to families and friends, celebrated birthdays, anniversaries, and even attended graduation ceremonies with video technology. No doubt, all this has played out in the backdrop of a tragic event as the pandemic, and I sincerely wish it wasn't the case. But without the help of these tools, our lives would have been even more isolated than they have been in these past 18 months. It is not like these tools and technologies were not available to us before the pandemic. What's different now is the speed and the scale at which these interactions have become mainstream. Our needs and our behavior have been fundamentally altered by both our circumstances and by technology. Even those around us who were not comfortable with technologies like video conferencing or electronic transfer of money have adopted very quickly. What was expected to take years has now got crunched into weeks and months. And this is a profound change in how our world is different today than 18 months ago. Let me take one more example. When the pandemic first broke in March 2020, many of us were going to the office every day. But in a matter of days and weeks, we were able to make the switch to working from home. Companies like ours, which employ in excess of 200,000 or 2 lakh employees, had to enable and adopt to remote working in record time. Without collaborative work technologies, this just would not have been possible. I deeply believe these changes are here to stay. I don't think we will ever go back completely to the old mode of working, even though we at Wipro have just recently, as of last week, reopened our offices for our senior leaders twice a week. I don't believe it will ever be 100% work from office option for us in the future. Like I said, consumer behavior has been shifting for quite some time now, thanks to cheaper and more pervasive technology. The pandemic has only accelerated the process and made this adoption curve steeper. Let's take the case of India specifically, which is now one of the fastest growing digital economies in the world. A McKinsey study of 17 economies, both mature and developing, puts India at #1 position, barring only Indonesia, in growth in digital technologies. Let me just share a few statistics. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with them, but let me just share them for impact. We have more than 500 million internet users in India, second only to China. We consume more mobile data per person each month, more than China, and similar to South Korea, an advanced digital economy. We have 1.2 billion phone subscriptions and are downloading billions of apps every year. Telecom firms have turbocharged internet subscriptions and data consumption. And despite all this progress, there is yet plenty of room to grow. Just over 40% of the population has an internet subscription today, and McKinsey estimates that by 2030, we'll reach a number of roughly 750 to 800 million users. So the opportunity for change, despite the change that has happened, is enormous. While India's digital surge is being driven by consumers, the government, I believe, too, has played a very important role in pushing digitization. More than 1 billion people have been enrolled in Aadhaar, and more than 10 million businesses have been brought into the GST platform. These are just two examples, but two profound and visible examples of the number of such large programs that the government is investing in. Clearly, the opportunity is huge, and yet we find that there is uneven adoption when it comes to technology. Adoption varies from industry to industry, from country to country, and even within an industry, it varies from business to business. As a result, a huge gap has opened up between those who are digital leaders and those who are digital laggards. Data shows that businesses that spend more on technology, up to 6% of revenue, have grown 22% annually in market capitalizations from 2015, so over the last 6 years. Whereas companies that spend half of that, or roughly 3% of their revenue on technology, have seen their market cap actually decline on average by 2% in the same time period. This gap, I believe, is only set to grow because the challenges that incumbents face are not easy. They have to reimagine and re-architect and re-engineer their businesses in a very profound and fundamental way, starting with the end consumer and working back from that. The customer at the center of it all. They have to transform at both ends. At the front end to grow and protect their business, and at the back end to drive cost and to drive efficiencies. They have to fundamentally evaluate both technology capacity and investment so that they can operate both with flexibility and with agility. We are seeing everywhere in the world that spends on traditional IT, things like on-premise data centers, applications, network are in decline, while digital technologies continue to grow. And in our conservative estimate, they will grow at least 15 to 20% per year for the next 5 years. We at Wipro believe that cloud, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence will be the key strategic spend areas of the immediate future. Having said all of this, I believe there are two core areas where enterprises and enterprise leaders need to think creatively if they have to survive this big digital shift. One is, where will we find the talent to build these new technologies and to build strong integration between business and technology? And second, how do we stay ahead of the curve when it comes to finding and investing in new technologies? Let's start with the question of talent first. If technology is the core of this transformation, then talent is its driving force. I believe that deeply. Those of us who have spent many years in this industry have seen many cycles of change in technology and have been able to adapt and grow with each shift. And I am confident that we will also grow with this new shift. However, the pace of change being what it is, this present cycle calls for much more urgent and thought through planning. Despite significant investments, we genuinely do not have enough qualified artificial intelligence specialists, data engineers, data scientists, cloud engineers, cybersecurity specialists, full stack engineers, product owners, and so on and so on. This is already leading to a huge war for talent in the industry. But it isn't just technical talent we are falling short of. We need to invest in non-engineering skills such as design and creative problem solving. We need customer experience specialists, design experts, marketing specialists, and so on, who can reimagine new customer experiences and work with technology counterparts to build them at scale. So how can we address this issue of talent shortage? Clearly, given the size of our industry, doing this at scale is a complex and uphill task, but a task we must and have to succeed on. First, we have to drive reskilling on a massive scale through collaborative industry response. 3 years ago, the industry launched NASSCOM's Future Skill Initiative, where we have identified 155 plus skills in 70 plus job roles in 10 emerging technologies, the likes of AI and blockchain and big data analytics and cloud computing and cybersecurity, etc. We launched this in 2018, and our target is to train half of our workforce of over 2 million people in 5 years. All of us individually, no matter at what levels we are in our organizations, must commit to reskilling ourselves. Only then can we become credible evangelists of the reskilling programs in our companies. Next, we have to drive systemic change in our education system to get our students equipped in these new age technologies. Again, under NASSCOM's initiative, we have started working with universities to enhance capacities of teachers so that they can produce better students in new age technologies. The plan is to take 100 universities first. This can have a huge ripple effect in how the mindset of reskilling can become all pervasive. And the last and equally important is the Future Skills Prime platform, where the collaboration between the Ministry of Electronics and IT, NASSCOM, and the industry have created a reskilling platform that is open to everybody, both those who are directly employed and those who are not employed by the industry. The expectation is that there will be 1.3 million upcoming jobs in new technologies in the next 4 years, and we need to create a much wider talent pool to fulfill these opportunities. And so opening up reskilling to everybody is of paramount importance. This brings me to my last point today, which is my second question, which is that if we have to stay ahead of the curve on identifying and investing in new technologies, we have no option but to leverage the ecosystem much more smartly. So we have to shift profoundly our mindset from everything being invented inside the organization to looking for new partners in innovation outside of our businesses. Let me talk about how we are trying to do this at Wipro. Open innovation has become a big focus area and a key enabler of our strategy over the last 6 years. Today, we work with startups, with product companies, research partnerships, with universities in the field of computer and electrical engineering, industry bodies, crowdsourcing platforms to bring together the best of breed solutions for our customers. To illustrate this further, I just want to emphasize on one part of this ecosystem building effort, which is working with startups. We set up Wipro Ventures, our venture capital arm, in 2015 as a strategic investment vehicle for our company. The objective was to find a systematic and a structured way to engage with smart young companies. We realized that a lot of innovation was happening in these younger companies, and we wanted to take these capabilities to our customers in a structured way. Our first fund was $100 million. 2 years ago, we raised another $150 million. And we are using this fund to invest in early and mid-stage startups that are building enterprise solutions in cybersecurity, analytics, cloud infrastructure, test automation, and AI. I want to close by saying that it is an indisputable fact that technology will be a major force in shaping global economic progress. I deeply believe that key sectors that touch all our lives personally, whether they be education, healthcare, agriculture, financial services, power, manufacturing, retail, will rely on technology and the IT industry as a backbone to adapt to change and sustainably manage these challenges. India has the potential for being a key player in this technology-led transformation for the world, as well as for our domestic market. We have the third largest startup ecosystem in the world and one of the strongest and we are one of the strongest tech startup nations. Indian enterprises, startups, and research institutions have filed technology patents across areas, whether they be in AI, image processing, cybersecurity, or IoT. We produce the largest number of engineers in the world. Even during the pandemic, more than 20 unicorns emerged from various verticals like BFSI, real estate, retail tech, health tech, supply chain, and logistics. So the opportunity and the platform for us to leverage the base and the springboard we have is enormous, and we must capture it. Let me end by sharing a quote from Victor Hugo, who was a French poet/novelist in the 1800s. He said, "No one can stop an idea whose time has come." I believe the time for technology-led transformation touching every aspect of our lives is here. Thank you again for having me. Thank you again for listening to me. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. As I said, technology-led transformations and touching every part of what we do, the way we live, the way we work, it's transformed to central points in terms of what you mentioned, that all of us committing ourselves to reskill ourselves so that there's a mind shift to the possibilities of future, and then to act on it with that commitment. And the other aspect is in terms of how do we drive change and innovation through the connect and the open innovation you mentioned. So thank you very much for your perspectives. So let me welcome now Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Ministry of IT, Government of West Bengal. Over to you, sir.
You'll have to unmute yourself, please. You're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raja, for giving me this opportunity to address such a distinguished panel of industry leaders. And I will just, other speakers were saying about the physical meeting, but I would give the other side of the story in the sense that I would prefer this. Otherwise, I think some of the speakers, the eminent speakers, which we heard in the morning and in this session, couldn't have, because of various engagements, it wouldn't have been possible for them to address us. So it's a great, it has a other side, as I said, all coin always has two sides to it, in a sense that this is I would prefer this. And for a social mixing, we can always have other kind of other formats of gatherings. Now, coming to that point of before I say something, I would like to just narrate a small story which will give the perspective where we are coming from as far as the government is concerned. You see, there was an Italian NGO. They wanted to do something good, and they went to. They were given a task of addressing problems in Africa. They were young, educated, very passionate people. They selected Zambia, and at the border of Zambia and Angola, they descended there. They thought that instead of giving some kind of largesse, it would be important if we could teach people some skills. So they decided about farming, and they picked up for farming the watermelon. Watermelon is a special place in Italian history, in a sense that it represents all the three colors of the Italians, in the sense that green, white, and red. That is their flag also, and it has its certain festivals are also built around this watermelon. So say they selected a valley near river Zambezi, and they kind of started teaching skills to the locals. The locals were not interested. They started then paying them to learn that skill. They thought we have to succeed. And Africa is a blessed continent. They started everything from animals to all kind of plants, and all species grow phenomenally there. They find a great natural habitat, in a sense. So the water was there. Hello. Yeah, so there was they started doing this, and the size of the watermelons were which grew there in that near the Zambezi River were twice or thrice the size of which they used to grow in Italy. And they were very proud of their effort. And once they were very proud of but what happened one day, an army of hippo came out of the Zambezi River and ate all the crop. These people were very young people, NGO workers were very distraught. And they asked the locals, why didn't you tell us before? Locals said, you never asked us. So sometimes the intention of a good intention is not sufficient to make a positive change. And from government side, what we would like to do is it is important, and I think our honorable ministers will address the issue, but we would like to listen to all of you to understand and really be able to do something positive. With this note, I think I will end my lecture here, in a sense, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. Yeah, you have been a great support to all the initiatives the CII has taken up in this regard. Let me welcome Dr. Partha Chatterjee, the Minister in charge of the government of West Bengal. Sir, you have been, again, your support and encouragement helped attract a lot of investment into the region, and over a couple of decades. So over to you, sir, for your perspectives and your the inaugural address.
Good morning. This is a nice opportunity for me to address you in virtual mode. Distinguished members of CII, the organizer of 20th ICT East, Mr. K. Anantakrishna, co-chairman, M.B. Rajshekhar, Mr. Rishat Premji, Shailendra Kumar, Mr. Soms Satsangi, Dr. Omkar Rai, Mr. Devashish Chatterjee, Desi Chittapiti, Dipankar Chakraborty, my colleagues, Sri Rajiv Kumar, distinguished representatives from government and industry, respected speakers and guests, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely to be present here amongst the industry leaders of IT sector. I understand that ICT East is being jointly organized every year by Department of IT, Electronics, Government of West Bengal, and CII, with a special focus on showcasing the advantages of investing and doing business in Bengal, and also discussing about the latest technologies. I had been here in this event couple of times during my previous tenure as industry and IT minister in early years of the last decade. It has always been an important platform to showcase our strength and discuss about future possibilities. I am thankful to CII for organizing this annual event, even in the pandemic years. Friends, why Bengal? West Bengal is one of the preferred IT destination in the country and is almost home all big names in the ICT industry. Our government has given IT industry a public utility status and has set forth an aggressive IT vision. Our Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's vision is not only to make West Bengal the information technology hub of India, but renowned IT destination of the world. Her policy focuses mainly on big data analysis and animation, gaming, cyber securities, drones, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, to name a few. She has prompted the Bengal Silicon Valley in Newtown, a modern smart city with all amenities and entertainment facilities just beside the international airport. The locational advantage of Bengal Silicon Valley is perhaps the best in the country. Another 100 acres of land has been marked for extending the existing Silicon Valley in phase 2. This will be a futuristic hub that will catalyze the IT ecosystem in the state and will act as a beacon for the IT industry. The Newtown Salt Lake Sector 5 twin towns together boost an ecosystem which is conducive to the growth of ITES enterprises. One of the foremost objectives of the government is promote, facilitate, and enable the entrepreneurs, especially in the MSME sector, to set up IT units throughout the state. The basic advantage that the state proposes for investment are market and growth potential. West Bengal is a industry's 6th largest state in terms of economic size. The state had a gross state domestic product GSDP of rupees 14.44 trillion in 2021. The state's GDP grew at a CAGR of 12.62% from 2015-16 to 2021. Availability of resources for your industry's business. West Bengal has 46 universities, out of which 21 were state-aided, 183 diploma institutes, 278 industrial training institute. The state has more than 200 engineering and management colleges with over 40,000 engineering seats, providing a strong pipeline of skilled professionals. The state budget of higher education increased more than 7 times in the last 10 years. The state has class work infrastructures, an outstanding record of industrial relations over the last 1 decade. Low cost of operation for sustainable competitiveness and sustained profitability. Quality social environment and infrastructure to have a good quality of life. Low risks from natural calamity and disasters. Ideal condition for setting up data centers. Apart from various government initiatives improving ease of doing business in West Bengal, the state government has introduced various reforms. Government of West Bengal has implemented an online single window clearance system that encompasses various G2B services ideally sought by an entrepreneur to establish and set up operations in the state. The State Right to Public Service Act has been enacted to ensure time-bound delivery of government services. The transition of cloud in the new normal is moving at a faster pace. This has already led to the need for data centers in India. The state has notified the West Bengal data center policy recently. The purpose of the policy is to develop Bengal as the hub of data handling and storage. Data centers would be assisted with easy approvals, self-certification, allowing optimal use of land, as well infrastructure like optical fiber connectivity, quality power, and water supply from government. We will also provide some fiscal benefits of 100% exemption of stamp duty and registration fees for any transaction related to setting up data center in the state, and waiver of electricity duty on actual electricity consumption for 5 years from the date of start of commercial operations. To have a wider spread of IT presence in Bengal, the government has come up with 18 IT parks across the state with a total area of 8 lakh square feet. 4 more such IT parks are going to be operational soon, and 5 more under construction. In spite of prevailing pandemic situation, 71% occupancy has been ensured in these parks. The department has already set up incubation centers at Talatala, Salt Lake, Durgapur, Shiliguri to promote startup and SME companies. The incubation centers have generated a lot of interest among the startups and small companies. The entire facilities in Talatala, Salt Lake, Durgapur, and Shiliguri are fully occupied. Incubation centers are plug-to-play ready, thus saving both time and initial investment for entrepreneurs. In this platform, I understand that there would be discussion on the emerging technologies. You would also happy to note that our government has given a special focus on the new age technologies. In the area of cyber security and data science, the West Bengal Cyber Security and Center of Excellence will be one-stop shop for creating and sustaining a mature cyber security ecosystem in the state. The government is giving a special focus on electronics manufacturing clusters. This should enable a better ecosystem for the state. The department manages a portal Karmabhumi, which would not only help the IT professionals to get connected to the right employer, it would also help to taking investment decision by various companies. As one go, one can get a picture of skill set availability in the state, which I am sure would help in setting up operations. Also, when the recent pandemics has changed the dynamics of operation with work from home or work from anywhere, this portal would help to get connected to the resources who can add value to the system at an affordable cost, since location no longer matters at this point. Friends, the West Bengal moving at a great speed. So I urge everyone to join us in journey and taking advantage of doing business in Bengal. Our Chief Minister has announced that next Bengal Global Business Summit, sometimes in February 2022, I invite you all to come and participate there with more futuristic initiative. With this, I thank you all. Wish the event become a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful inaugural address. I'm sure all the senior leaders and participants present here have taken note of your directions, points, and also the invitation to participate in the exciting journey, which is being facilitated by the government of West Bengal and with your sponsorship. We look forward to closely working with you to make the Bengal a preferred state and preferred location for investors and businesses. Thank you once again. Also, you would be happy to note you had mentioned in your address about the startups and the incubators. The CII and Infinity collaborated and launched an incubation center at Salt Lake Sector 5 in the premises of Infinity. And this incubator, the industry members do the handholding for the startup so that startups find the ways to navigate the dynamics of doing business. And the effort is to help strengthen the startup ecosystem, which, as you also mentioned, is one of the top priorities of the state government. So from CII, would be happy to extend all possible support in achieving the vision of the government. Thank you very much, sir, for your inaugural address.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, may I request Mr. Deepankar Chakrabarti, co-chair CII Eastern Region Subcommittee, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you for all the
Deepankar, your audio is a little feeble. Can you come closer?
Yeah. Is it better now?
Yeah, slightly better. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you all for this excellent session of 20th ICT East. This is a flagship event for CII East. I'm really thankful to Dr. Partha Chatterjee, in charge, Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise, Information Technology and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of West Bengal. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Rishabh Premji, Chairman, Wipro Limited. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, SVP, Regional Managing Director, Oracle India. Dr. Omkar Rai, Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. Mr. Devashish Chatterjee, Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Mindtree. Ms. Daisy Chitlapilli, President, Cisco India and SERV. Mr. K. Anand Krishnan, Co-Chairman, CII National Committee on IT and ITS, and Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, Tata Consulting Services. And Mr. B. Rajashekar, who is my Chairman of CII Eastern Region Committee and Group CIO ITC. Distinguished representatives from government and industry, respected speakers and guests, friends from the media, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of CII and on my personal behalf, I would really like to thank Dr. Partha Chatterjee, MIC, Department of Industry, Commerce and Enterprise, IT and Electronics. Sir, it's always a great privilege to, and you have always supported us in all our endeavors. We work very closely with you. You have today mentioned also on the Bengal Silicon Valley. I'm sure with this initiative and the available opportunities from skill to large market at Bengal, as you mentioned, the leaders of IT sector will really make the ICT ecosystem thriving in West Bengal. The data center policy, what you mentioned, is really very interesting because if we listen to the people who presented in the inaugural session, everybody had thrived over data, and we know that data is basically becoming the fuel of the new generation. So your data center policy will really thrive and will boost the industry in and the IT parks and the incubation centers. Raja also told about that how CII is startups and the colleges to make the incubation center thriving. And I'm sure with your help, this will become a very, very interesting era in the next couple of years. And thank you, Mr. Rajiv Kumar. I am really liking your way of talking and giving that anecdote on the watermelon, the innovative speech, really narrating that you are listening to us and for posing the right question to the industry to get better of the industry and making a place which is very, I should say, welcoming to the industry. And I'm sure everybody who are listening today will be very interested to come to West Bengal and create next change through West Bengal in the ICT. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I mean, as usual, we are working closely with you and we'll be looking forward to more closely working with you. I would like to extend our special gratitude to Mr. Rishabh Premji, Chairman Wipro Limited, for joining us in the conference. Premji, thank you for sharing your perspectives. You actually hit the nail hard. I mean, it's that people are thinking that the new technology will take out the job from us, but you focused on reskilling. That's what very important. And you specifically told that we all should be the evangelists to reskill and learn, earn, and relearn to make the industry much better. And that will change the whole scenario. Another interesting point you told, we were discussing that 100% work from home was a challenged situation 2 years back. And now the challenge is it ever possible to have 100% work from office? And that will change the whole work culture, the new work culture, which will be coming up very fast, and how we can really to stay ahead of the curve. You have told that very categorically, and I'm sure the way if you can skilling and use the huge demographical advantage we have, the 1.3 million new technology jobs which are at the anvil, we should make use of that and make a much better economy. Another important point you told, which is very close to my heart also, the outside in view of innovation. It's the innovation is the new term and everybody is trying to do that, but the way you explained it, the open innovation, bringing society together and making focusing your customers to have a sustainable growth, that will be the game changer, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Premji, for your very insightful address today. I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Shalendra Kumar, SVP and Regional Managing Director of Oracle India. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for sharing your perspectives on how Oracle is making things better in India. We are hoping to see an Oracle data center in the near future in Calcutta. That will be a icing on the cake. You have clearly told that customizing the product, use technology, and understanding the customers will be the future focus, and usage of data with a definitive strategy will help us achieve the endless opportunities what digital transformation is giving. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. I'm sure we'll be seeing you very soon, quite often in Calcutta with a presence in data center. On behalf of CII and on my personal behalf, I would like to thank Dr. Omkar Rai, CII, for his virtual presence and interest. Dr. Rai, your speech is always, music to the ear. The STPI is supporting the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem. That's phenomenal. And you have told in today also that there are multiple opportunities which startups can get help of, and STPI, even in Eastern India also with Manjit Naik, we are working very closely, and I'm sure that will the growth opportunity much faster, and we can take advantage of that to realize the opportunity which is being provided to us to the digital. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence, and as usual, we'll be looking forward to working closely with you and your avatar so that bring the better technological movement in West Bengal. I would like to extend thanks to our special friend and Devashish Chatterjee, who is from West Bengal, close friend of mine also. He is now Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Mindtree, DC as he popularly known. He also told us that he probably will be seeing him more in West Bengal if things are maturing. He had contributed a lot in the development of IT sector in Kolkata in West Bengal, and I'm sure we'll be seeing him more in West Bengal in near future. And as you told DC, I mean, agility and resilient, that's what is basically making the changes. Resilience has a new key after the pandemic. In our older days, we used to say that how we can create the system in for a small time so that we fail. Now it is how long you can work in an alternative place and the distributive workplace to make things work as it was working in the older days. And I'm sure the way the industry is moving, it's the data, the security, and the technology-led business change will make the sustainable competitive advantage and will be benefiting. Thank you, DC, for your inputs. And as I told, be looking forward to working with you closely. Daisy, I would like to congratulate first for taking over as the President of India and SARC. Thank you for joining us today. Thoughts? You focused on the startups, the unicorns, and how really the technology-led innovations changes the way of business through digitization. All the sectors, healthcare, specific manufacturing, culture, everything is getting changed because of the new era of technology which is ushering to us. And you also focused on hybrid workplace. That's where basically the we really have to change our way of working. Human-centric way of working is now focusing more on how you can make people at ease, though you are in the suited. And frankly, what we're seeing, the people who are joining today in the organization have never seen the organization. They are all working from home. How we can develop that culture and bring them the same fora where the organizations had been working in 2.5 years back or 3 years back. You also showed us dream of futuristic India, and I'm sure you're working towards that to have a new India with a very focused economic growth led through technology. Thank you. Thank you, Daisy. I would like to thank Mr. Karan Krishnan, Chairman of the Committee on ITITS and Executive Vice President Officer ECS. Thank you, sir, for being with us today to share your thoughts. CII Eastern Region ICT Subcommittee would look forward to your direction for taking things forward. As a national committee member, I'm really thankful for your directions, what we have provided, mainly on the cybersecurity. You are leading that from the front. You clearly mentioned that recovering from the pandemic, it's basically the usage of technology context of technology, the societal impact of technology is basically what will make the things good. I really believe in that. And that's not only the technology companies, but it's an ethical use of technology is more and more taking the prevalence. People are looking at the baselines of reporting the sustainable growth, not only really what you mentioned, not only the CSR, just for the sake of doing CSR, but working with the society to make things better and making innovations for the growth of the grassroots. That's what I'm sure will make things much better and looking for a better India and a thriving India. Thank you, Mr. Krishna. Special thanks to our chairman, Mr. B.V. Rajashekar, Group CIO, ITC Limited. You have always guided us, the ICT subcommittee, and gave your input to take things forward. Frankly, this to get the of ICT is not happen without your encouragement, your direction, the thought you have provided. Thank you, Raja. And really, your word, your praise caught everybody's attention. We should not go west this crisis. We should learn from that and make a better business, better economy, better India with the help of our learning. Thank you, Raja. If we start today, I was just doing a quick art cloud from people's deliberation. Few things coming up very upfront. 5 words basically taking the center stage. Customer, agility, cloud, new work system, new skills, technology-led business strategy. And if you see our current this 20th session of ICT East is focusing on think with technology to reset business growth. And those words which are mostly hot today is making the new era coming to us very fast. Pandemic had given us a huge amount of setback the initial year, but we have sprung back from the situation, usage of technology, and through the agile and resilient infrastructure which we have. Frankly, we never ever thought that we can make such huge turnaround. DC told that the black swan, which we all thought that India cannot survive, we really showed the world that app, CoWIN app, is one of the major examples where the amount of transactions a day supporting the vaccination is humongous. From that to the startup ecosystem, which is basically thriving with the digital technology, is making the things completely different as we were even 2.5 years back. I mean, I personally do lots of emerging technology. Believe me, in the last 8 months, 12 months, the amount of changes I have seen in the digital-oriented business strategy was uncomparable. I mean, even 2 to 3 years back, we have to really try to sell that. Now it is other way around. People are coming back to us and telling, please tell me where all we can use digital to make much more better impact. And people are focusing on customer, and it's not really focusing customer as a mass, but it is more focusing customers individually and trying to understand how we can listen to them and make things super customizable for a particular individual event. Forget about a group of customers. So we are becoming more customer centric and more use of technology, making things much better in the, near future. We'll be seeing more and more usage of that, and that brings us the huge amount of data which is generated every day. I mean, the amount of data which is being generated today, we don't even think of 5 years back. My smartwatch is giving so much amount of data that's almost immeasurable. And that way, if we move around the chain, the industries today with the IoT coming so much data oriented that if we are not analyzing that data properly, we cannot really make any decision. So data-led decision is one of the major things which will be hard to do. We have heard that how data is changing. Even West Bengal government is center policy, because that's what will be the new well for our. That evolution will make things completely different in the near future, and we'll be seeing more and more data sovereignty, data security coming to the picture. How will we meaning that? Cyber security, the process of thinking in a different manner will make the change altogether. The data analytics, if we are doing some survey in recent past, and we are still seeing that around 50% of the companies do not have a proper data strategy and how to analyze the data to bring information out of that to take a proper decision. So it's very, very important, as Richard was also telling, that though there are huge amount of technology we are seeing, but there are still more and more usage. 60% of India is still not seeing that technology. So how we can make that happen? And that's what this session will try to bring in. How really we can see with the technology and resetting the growth which will be sustainable for the industry, for the business at large, and for the society at large. If you see the session have lined up is basically focusing all these to our thought. First, we are telling, understand what is digital transformation. Whatever said and done, frankly, digital transformation is still not clearly understood. And surprisingly, 60% of the transformational actions are failure. Why? Interestingly, we have done a survey. I will just present the glimpses of that survey to you, the early bird glimpse of the survey from CII Eastern Region, the companies to understand what they think of digital transformation, how they have invested, and what is their future plan of investment. I will come back to that, but let me talk about the sessions we have designed in this ICTS. First is digital transformation, myth or truth. So there we'll be having the industry leaders talking about why digital transformation is happening, what is it, and how we can strategize to make things really working in favor of us. Why it is failure and how we can make better. The next session is cloud transformation beyond infrastructure as such. That's what even also. Cloud is not now only an infrastructure. It's giving a large platform. It's giving a cloud native solution. Even the COVID, those type of solutions, basically platform as service, software as service, that is making what a different usage of cloud. And that way, we're seeing a very fast growth. The startups are really making use of that cloud native driving hard from everybody that the unicorns are growing fast. That's where we want to understand in that session how the cloud is going beyond the. Then we have emerging technologies. Here we'll be discussing on the business strategy changes by the technology. Believe me, the days are gone where you have first set your business strategy, then set your technology strategy to align that. Alignment has gone. Now it's a digital strategy which is together with business. We have heard today, Daisy told that there is no such thing called companies with manufacturing startup. It's basically every company is now a digital company with their manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare as their core business. So how that emerging technology is changing the business strategy, that session. Then we have ethical use of technology. We have all heard today that it's not really the technology usage, but how we are ethically using this to make the life of all our citizens better and make things much smoother and workable for all of us. So how the future will look like. Then finally, we'll have challenges of digitization, how to mitigate those. Because whatever we heard, it's not very easy to mitigate the challenges what digitization is providing to us. Huge digital divide is hard today also. I mean, we did our survey, we found out that the companies who have invested heavily are really amount of improvement in their ROI. So what will happen? What will happen to the manual labor, the huge amount of manual labor which India has? And will they go under the carpet? No, we need to have a reskilling, we need to mitigate those challenges, bring out the best of all the world. I'll quickly now go to the survey, what we have done to give you a glimpses of the survey result. I'm not presenting the screen, but just to tell you, we found out that there are total 35% service companies and 65% participated in the survey. And the people strength, we found out that 0 to 100 is maximum, around 60%, and 500 plus is around 20%. All of them told that they are focusing on digital. And grouping 91% had invested in last 3 years in digital investment. And the investments had been majority in cloud transformation, 60% in cloud transformation, and 40% around is in data analytics. So these are the two major shares. Apart from that, we have IoT, little bit, say around 30%, IoT, AR, VR, and when we ask them that, what is your investment percentage? Around 30% is less than 1% of the revenue, and 14% is more than 5% of the revenue, and 40% is at the range of 1 to 3%. So that means there is investment going on in digital tech. Surprisingly, the effect of investment is not very clearly by the companies. Exactly same what the global trend is, that the ROI is not as expected. That's what 30% of the companies sold, and 60% of the companies sold. We just made that. So when we ask about the challenges, what happened? Why it is not? The majority of the people told, this is 78% told that skill gap what made that better. So we heard today also from everybody, specifically from each other, reskilling and That's what we'll have to focus. And the second one, people told that cost of effort. 47% told that the cost of effort is very high. So we need to really make the technology available for everybody in a much user-friendly and cost-friendly manner. That means cloud has to play a major role. Look for more societal impact of technology, which is obviously imminent. And then we asked about the future plan, and again, everybody told that they are very heavily looking for investment in digital in the near future. In the next 3 years, 40% people told they will increase their investment to 3%, and 26% told that they will move the little beyond 5%, and they want ROI of 5% from this investment. So there is a summary. Future investments is going more towards cloud again, and robotics, IoT, and data analytics. We need to make this happen in Eastern region, across India, and that should be our focus in the next couple of years. I really want to close with one of my favorite quotes from Lewis Carroll, To the Looking Glass, where he says very aptly, which is basically the digital tech. I'm telling you to hear the quote: the Red Queen has to run faster and faster in order to keep still where she is. That is exactly what all we are doing. So it is time to really work fast and fast enough by the use of technology to make things happen much better, so that we become sustainable, and our growth should be all encompassing with the people who are working with us, the whole society, and our employees. I really want to thank all the participants. Your presence means a lot to us. I would also like to thank all the sponsors who supported us in organizing this landmark 20th edition of this. Let me tell this list of sponsors: Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. The presenting sponsor is Oracle. The digital transformation sponsor is VMware India. It is supported by STPI, Webull. Virtual platform sponsor is ITC Infotech. Technology sponsor is Cisco. Education sponsor is GIS Group. Silver sponsor is Accenture. Technical sponsor PwC. Associate sponsor Dassault, Infinity. Cloud sponsors AWS, Capgemini. Data sponsor HP. Commerce sponsor M Junction Services Limited. Field sponsors Cognizant, Sustainability University, and SaaS sponsors BMC Software. I wish 20th ICT all success, and let us have a great 2 days of the knowledge sharing, networking. I want to close my address by thanking Sumit and Momota, who actually worked very hard from the background to make this ICT success. Thank you all. Let's have an enjoyable 2 day session.
Thank you, Deepankar. This brings close to this inaugural session. So look forward to having all of you for the next session in a very short while. Thank you very much. You want to make any announcements, Sumit? Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So we move to the first session. So it's on the digital transformation, myth or truth. So we have with us the session moderator, Mr. Arnab Basu, advisory leader, PwC India. The panelists are Mr. Arvind Kakru, country head, end user and EPC business, Rockwell Automation India. Mr. Kunal Kaul, managing director, enterprise sales, Cisco India and SARC. Mr. Sunil Kumar Thakur, Country Director, India, BMC Software, Mr. Vikram K, Senior Director, Industry Verticals, HPE India, Mr. Sri Harsha, India Marketing and Strategic Planning Director, Dassault Systems, Mr. Sundar Ram, Modernizations and Innovations Lead, Amazon Internet Services Private Limited, Mr. Lakshminarayanan Ramalingam, Head of Delivery, Cognizant, Digital Engineering and Digital Experience. So with that, I hand over to Mr. Arnab Basu to kindly take forward the proceedings. Over to you, Arnab.
Thank you, Sumit, and good afternoon to all our viewers, and thanks to all the panelists. I'm not going through individual names once again. We do have a fairly august gathering today online, and my job is obviously becoming more and more difficult. So 7 of the leading luminaries from the area of technology would be talking today in this session. I know that the topic is digital transformation, myth or reality. If it was a myth, we wouldn't be here. So I'm just saying that, of course, it's a reality. I think the other challenge of digital is that digital can be defined very differently by, different people. And today we would try and see how we look at digital through different lenses. As Sumit told us, that we have people from very different parts of the technology ecosystem. We have product company specialists, we have cloud company specialists, we have services company specialists, we have innovators, we also have automation specialists. So the list will go on, and I think if you look at how we are trying to look at digital today, it's probably a combination of all of that which we have to look at to really make sense of what's happening. I think the other thing which is happening in the overall world in the post-COVID era is we are seeing that technology, of course, has been imbibed and I would say accepted by the world as the means through which we can lead our not only our lives but our social connects, our overall emotional needs are all being fed through technology in some way or the other. But as we go into this post-COVID world, I think there's this need for trust, and this is something which has been very, very prominent, especially the lack of trust. Now, whether you look at that lack of trust through the lens of a cyber attack, or you look at the lack of trust through a data breach, or you look at the lack of trust in terms of not being able to deliver on what we have promised. I think the overall world, as it gets more and more asymmetric, as it gets more and more, I would say, disrupted by technology, there's a need of, building trust with technology, building trust with digital. The other part of digital, as we are looking at it, is how does digital allow us to, drive sustainable outcomes, not only for everybody around us, but for ourselves as well. And what kind of outcomes are we looking at? Whether those outcomes are, through automation, whether those outcomes are coming in terms of building agility into the system, being able to look at fundamental building blocks around experience, around how we look at, taking India and leapfrogging to the, connect or, to come to the standard of the rest of the world, whether it is in the area of education, whether it's in the area of healthcare, whether it's in the area of overall use of technology. How do you drive outcomes? I think that's become a very, very big thought process, because gone is the time when you were just interested or excited about technology for technology's sake. And if you look at the current ecosystem, the current startup ecosystem in India, a lot of it is around driving sustained outcomes. So I think those are the two lenses I obviously wanted to, connect. And then the third lens is sitting in India today, how do you look at digital as a way of helping in nation building? I think that's something, again, probably we at this stage in our career, all of us are, leading large organizations, large businesses. I think we also have probably a need to look at how we are helping in nation building, how we are helping in using technology to build it, the India of tomorrow. So with that, I would probably now go into our speakers. We do have about 45 minutes, Shumit. I assume that we have 45 minutes for all our speakers to talk about.
Yeah,
So
in fact, Arnab, if need be, you can extend a bit of time.
Okay, so let me work with an hour. Let me work with an hour because I do have, seven extremely knowledgeable gentlemen with me, and it would be difficult to do it in less than an hour. And then we'll keep some time for the questions. So maybe we can start with Sunil. Sunil, if you can just give us a bit of your views around, how you're looking at the overall challenges coming in SaaS adoption, the relevance of SaaS today, what you've seen happening in the way of automation, employee engagement, knowledge management, any kind of use cases you're working with, if you can just tell us a bit about that.
Arnav, first of all, thank you very much. And it's an honor and privilege to be part of this symposium and to be part of this panel, to be talking to all of you. So you put in a lot of topics for me to cover, and I will cover a little bit of all of them. The first thing is about SaaS, right? So SaaS is well into its middle age now, right? But there is a lot of space for growth even today. For example, a recent CIO technical poll by IDG found that the biggest increase in IT spending in 2021 is going towards cloud computing strategies. It's for this reason that number of companies are moving their businesses to the cloud, and that is growing as fast as 73% of the organizations are looking at moving almost all their apps to SaaS. So SaaS is going to be a dominant thing that we are going to see in the coming years. But what is another good thing is, in the beginning, the enterprise software world laughed at the idea of moving their business apps to the cloud. But now that's all changing. In fact, the enterprise companies are expected to overtake SMBs in SaaS adoption by 2022. So 70% of the enterprise companies say that the majority of their applications are going to go towards SaaS, as I talked about, right? And SaaS comes with, all their advantages like CapEx. You do not have to really invest in CapEx, TCO, availability, scalability, all those things we know about, right? But what's gone better now is that SaaS is now got merged with capabilities of artificial intelligence, and this is given boost to its core characteristics. And I've seen artificial intelligence, machine language technologies giving boost to anything that we are, building it up. So for SaaS, no different. But if you add a natural language processing capabilities, things like, voice processing, voice control, speech patterns, and these have huge and immense potential, especially around customer service capabilities. And that's the need of the hour for today. The other topic that you touched upon, Arnav, was around automation. And automation is a very, very large topic. And a lot of, I would say, interest went into automation in the manufacturing side in early 2011 when Industry 4.0 started off in Germany and stuff like that. But if you come to the digital automation side of things, I think the best way to institutionalize a journey is to model the automation into stages, rather than we saying that there was an industry specific approach or something. So in almost all the cases that we observe, automation starts probably in an ad hoc basis. What we can call as islands of automation. And then it rolls into many use cases based automations where there are very specific things that you target and you get them automated. And then you move them into what we can call as probably targeting automation for the entire year. So at the beginning of the year, you target what you want to do with automation and you try and achieve by the end of the year. So by then, you've achieved the highest level where the productivity gains touch to almost 50%. And automation becomes institutionalized and widespread across the organizations. And now in automation, again, artificial intelligence and machine language constructs come into existence to ensure that no corner is spared from automation. So we have a bank in India that is automated almost like 125 plus finance application. And any new application that is brought into the organization has to be vetted by the automation team to ensure that there is no manual interventions in the whole scheme of things when that application is going live. Now, this is probably a classic case of enterprise level automation that is getting institutionalized. Now, let me give you one last example, and I'll take a pause there. This is about, not just very large organizations going in for automation, even the small ones, the ones who are starting off, they're getting very close to moving a lot of their applications into automations. So a payment bank in India, again, this is a customer that we're working with, they ensured that huge improvements in automation. So what they did is at the beginning of the year, they set a targeted roadmap where all their business processes must be brought into the ambit of automation. And at the end of the year, the results were amazing. The time required to execute critical process was obviously impressively reduced. And as these processes run without human intervention, the risk of error, fraud, the loss of information is greatly reduced. So what happens is, all in all, it becomes a lot more efficient, they became a lot more secure, they became a lot more agile. That's all that we heard from the speakers before us, right? And all this ensures a better customer, better employee experience. And this is the differentiators that these payment banks are looking forward to. So Arnab, I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely, Sunil, and thanks for setting the stage open with your comments around the relevance of SaaS and automation. And I can think of probably going on either of them into the next speaker. So maybe I'll come over to Sundar. Sundar, you and your organization have been at the forefront of cloud transformation, and Sunil did talk about the relevance of that and how we are trying to look at cloud not just from a SaaS perspective but also from an IaaS perspective. So I would probably say that if you can give us a few examples of how you are working in the Indian market on adoption of cloud transformation, and not just adoption of cloud, but adoption of cloud transformation, and I'm making a difference. And maybe if you can also touch upon a few pitfalls of what you've seen from your experience.
Okay, thanks. So first of all, Arnab, Raja, and Dipankar, thanks for having me. To answer this, I think I would like to look at it in two parts. Right? I mean, the first part of the question, I'll come to the pitfalls later. In terms of the adoption, across industries, we have seen three distinct patterns where people are actually trying to modernize. Right? There is always the lift and shift that happens to cloud, which I'm not really counting, right? Which is really not transformational in nature. Outside of that, we see three distinct patterns, and this is repeated across industries. One is where people are modernizing applications and taking them to the cloud because their view is, look, just moving it as it is, it's not really going to get me any benefit. One example is an insurer that we have worked with in North India, where they had this onboarding application which they had given to the agents, which nobody was using. They were just leaving it at home. They would still go fill on a piece of paper and come back in the evening and fill it on that device. And when they did some drilling down to figure out what was happening, it was because it wasn't particularly user-friendly. It was an old, clunky, a desktop application which somebody had put a wrapper and said, okay, now this is a mobile application, go use it, which nobody was using. Right? It was very difficult to navigate. It took too many keystrokes. And when you're talking to a customer face to face, that's the last thing you want to be doing. So what ended up happening was we worked with them to say, let's not just bring in technology, let's try and understand how we can solve this problem for you. So in Amazon, we have this concept of working backwards workshops, where we start with a use case and then we look at challenging the customer's assumptions about what they think they know about their users, about their end customers. And it's something that Amazon we developed internally for ourselves, which we now do with clients. And at the end of that, we came out with an interesting prototype design, which is quite different to what they had earlier. The prototype was super successful, and now it's been rolled out, and including their bank assurance partner, it's about 60% of the business is now coming through this application, and it's reduced dramatically the amount of time that people are spending away from customers. So that is one example where people are modernizing applications when they move to the cloud. The other one I see is where customers are reinventing their analytics on cloud. And this is important because a lot of people recognize that their existing systems still have some juice or life in them, or they just have too many constraints to modify them. But can we instead then start with analytics as a starting point? And a case in point is this tire manufacturer where, as you can imagine, rubber is being a commodity. The price of that is quite variable from time, literally during the day, because they have commodity exchanges and so on, which track the price of rubber constantly. So for them, their ERP gives them an output which says, okay, you need X amount of this particular brand, type of rubber on Y date in Z location. But it doesn't tell you who to buy it from, at what price to buy it from, whether to buy it on a spot rate or forward rate, what have you. So what they did was they said, look, we can't touch our ERP, we can't touch our order management systems, but can we start with analytics, which will help us do what if analysis to figure out what's the best way to buy. So they take the output of the ERP into a data lake. They have built a bunch of algorithms on top of that along with our partners. And they're able to simulate a bunch of what if scenarios, basis which they are able to say precisely when to buy, from who to buy, at what rate to buy, how to spread that between, let's say, spot buying and forward buying and so on. And there are commodities, derivatives, products which they use as well. And it's shown them quite a significant reduction in their rubber input cost. So that's the second distinct motion that we are seeing. A third distinct motion is where people are saying, let's build net new capability on the cloud, where it's not trying to either modify older applications or modernize them and take them, but just let's build net new applications on cloud. Case in point is Policy Bazaar. It's a public reference, so I can name them. What they've done is that they realize that when calls are coming, have to be made by a human being to call out people, to remind them to renew their policies, or to even sell net new policies. During that process, if they haven't submitted some documentation, somebody has to call them up and remind them, etc. A, there is a human cost, and two, the call answering rates were not too great. So they experimented with using Poly, which is the underlying software that sits under your Alexa and Echo devices, and they get Poly to do the call out. And surprisingly, and I don't think I fully understand the psychology behind this, but the hit rates have gone up, right? And it's been a while now, so it's not like a flash in the pan, where they get 80% of the calls being answered and about 41% of transactions being completed without a human intervention. And that obviously has had a significant impact on their cost structure, which is again a very unique kind of use case. But those are the three patterns we see: modernize applications and take them to the cloud, start with analytics on the cloud, and the third is build net new capabilities on the cloud. So those are three things. Now, in terms of pitfalls, right, I think three things again I would point out. I mean, there are many reasons why sometimes projects fail, but if I were to look at the three largest, I think the first and foremost is where the organization is not ready and people just push it through. Right? People are not ready because they're worried about their careers. The applications that they own are pretty complex, and nobody really understands what it takes to modernize them. But somebody somewhere said modernize, so everybody is out to do something. So that's one very common pitfall we see, where the project starts with a lot of fanfare, but then nothing gets migrated to the cloud 6 months later. And then somebody comes in and tries to shake things up. We see this kind of repeating in certain kinds of organizations where they don't spend enough time to organize the need for change, to organize people, to convince them, and so on. That is one. Second pitfall we see is, again, it's very much a people come technology problem, where some CXO goes to a conference like this, they hear that, oh, X did this, Y did this, they go back and beat up on their CIO saying, why can't you do something like this? So then these guys in a hurry put together some patchwork solution on a cloud, a bot here, or a sentiment analysis app there, or whatever it is. And over a period of time, what we see is at the top layer, there's a proliferation of such apps. And then you have your systems of record at the bottom, which could be your ERPs, your core banking, your loan management, what have you. Initially, this patchwork thing works fine, right? It was meant for a particular use case. So long as you're only using it for that and you don't try to scale it or whatever, it works fine. But the moment you have to try and scale it, or the moment you have to integrate it with other components, the moment you're worried about some security because somebody came and slapped you on the wrist and said, do you know that this is doing something which it shouldn't be doing? then people realize that they need an in-between layer, which is what we would call as like a digital framework, where you have components like your security, your data lake, your customer 360, your workflows, your rules engines, your API gateways, and what have you. And unless you put that in place, trying to stitch together this patchwork on top rarely succeeds. So that's the second big thing we see. And the third big thing that we see where it doesn't quite work out is where people assume that they can just lift and shift to the cloud and everything is fine. Right. And to your point, Arnab, is that really, is that just cloud or cloud transformation? If you're just going to lift and shift to the cloud, many times you're not going to see the benefit, right? Because you still have residual stuff for which you got to continue to spend money. Your license costs change when you move to the cloud and so on. So unless customers see the movement to the cloud not as getting rid of a monkey from one shoulder to the other, but as a way to transform the way they operate, this problem will continue. And these days, we are quite vocal about it when we talk to customers upfront and ask them what is really the trigger for change. If it is just to exit a data center, then maybe you need to rethink what you're trying to do here. Right? And it's been learning for us as well along the way. So yeah, those are the three big pitfalls I would call out.
Thanks, Sundar. Thanks a lot. So really nice perspective on what you should also be worried about when you're thinking of cloud. Let me move to Sriharsha. Sriharsha, we were discussing automation, and again, Sunil did set up these two sides for us very well. And you've been doing a lot of work around, use cases around automation in the automotive sector, around the OEMs, around product development, around looking at disruptions in the supplier ecosystem, around the electric vehicles coming in and all that. So, any views on how, the disruption and automation are going hand in hand and what you're seeing in your sector?
Thank you, Arnab. Good morning, everyone. And it's really an honor and pleasure to be with all of you this morning to have this discussion around digital transformation. So the point that you made, Arnab, is pretty much valid. At Dassault Systems, we have been in India for almost 30 years now, working very closely with quite a lot of industrial companies in their business transformation and how do they really reach to their customers and the kind of products they deliver and the services they deliver to their customers. We believe that the core of digital transformation is the need to be transforming their businesses in the way they're really transforming the value chain of any industrial companies in terms of converting their raw materials, going through the product strategy and the entire new product development process, cutting across detailed digital engineering towards manufacturing, and finally making sure that those suppliers out there being more global are delivering to you the products, and finally you're able to get the finished high quality product and getting a happy customer out there. So we always look at how do I apply digital transformation from an entire business model canvas perspective. Why are we actually going after the digital transformation without even identifying what is the most critical path in the business? Is it acquiring customers, retaining customers, or to being more efficient in your manufacturing and having the right data points and analytics being visible? Or at the core of it, are we really even providing and innovating and coming up with new products? So at the core of all of that is, again, high quality products delivered within the less time where customers are actually willing to pay for the money and the product which you're looking at. So let me give an example. In India, we work with one of the largest CV maker, Ashok Leyland for that matter, or even Volvo Eicher. I can say that very confidently because these are public references out there. So their topic was, how do I come out with new applications, right from ambulance to mining vehicles towards all sort of heavy duty vehicles, and then go across right from LCV to the full blown, right from 10-ton towards 40-ton trucks as such. So it's a core engineering problem we're trying to solve. And what are they trying to do is to really apply modularity principles in order to arrive at the best of the chassis body combinations with regard to the infotainment combinations, and arrive at a price points where the Indian customers are willing to pay for that kind of service and applications as such. So we took this challenge and we really entirely modeled the whole truck, digitized that, and we analyzed the 10,000 plus use cases of how a truck is used in the Indian roads and all of those environmental conditions. So you'll be wondering, what do I mean by that when I tested it? This is about
creating a virtual model of the entire truck and analyzing it. If this truck of 5 tons basically crashes on a highway, whether it will be take the impact load on the body and whether the driver or the passenger will survive for that. That's called as crash safety analysis. If the engine drive cycles are running towards, let's say, 1 lakh vehicles, will the vehicle go for services? Will the axle fail, or there's an issue, the differentiation, differential axle? So these are the what if scenarios business and the key plant heads and the engine heads and the supply chain heads have to make their day-to-day decisions in life, basically, to really arrive at, for the price point of 25 lakh rupees for the truck, they need to make sure that all of these checks and balances are done before ARA issues them a business certificate to sell a particular vehicle. And this is not only just India. I mean, we work with Jaguar and Land Rover, even Tesla, and even Ford. And Honda has been our customer since last 30 plus years in this particular space. So essentially what I'm trying to tell you is digital transformation is at the core of sustainable innovation, or the heart of business as such. And the way India looks at business transformation or digital transformation is, I feel, is highly operational business transformation, which is to really change the way you work, your process teams work together, or your integrated teams work together, so that you're reaching customer in a better fashion. But with the onset of new automotive PLI scheme, which the government of India announced, I believe that there's a huge 2,000 plus crore investments coming in the advanced product engineering in India as such. So why are we doing this actually? It means if India has to become self-sustainable, especially in EV, to have our own motors, battery, electric, vehicle realization as such, either in the 3-wheeler, 2-wheeler, or in the 4-wheeler, we need to be less dependent on the import of technologies and the kind of royalties which we pay to the external world out there. So we are partnering today with the startups in this particular space in India to be able to have them available, those technologies which used by the best of the class of the worldwide on cloud. Amazon Web Services is our partner here, which is helping them to really provide the new innovative products at a speed of less than 1 year. I mean, if I have to take one example, Simple Energy is one of the most successful recent scooter launches which I've heard. If Hero used to take, let's say, 4 to 5 years to develop a new scooter or motorcycle, these new startups are providing those new scooters in less than 10 months flat. And how is this happening? Is because the same design tools, manufacturing analysis tools, the tools around manufacturing analytics or smart manufacturing as such is available to these new startups on the cloud for a subscription, so that they keep their balance between capex and opex cost, and to be able to maintain and survive in this market, to have an MVP, as we call it, as which is a minimum viable product, so that the venture capitalists out there and the investor out there are having that confidence and then giving that go on the investments which they're going to make as such. So I'd like to essentially say that in India, we're seeing 3 very, very clear trends. One is personalization of goods for the consumers like you and me. So that has a clear impact on the modularization of the engineering aspect. And that's where we really see significant investments coming in on digital core and engineering and manufacturing background. The second is the distributed development and design and manufacturing and testing, physical testing. So if I have to give an example, a big truck maker at least crashes 5 to 7 full vehicles before he really gets confidence on the performance of the vehicle. So what we say is that, why don't we do the virtualization in the prototypes in the computer, and then really do the analysis of or whatever you want to do, and then better confidence of the vehicle before you actually put a physical prototypes. That's a saving of roughly around €1 billion for a large OEM like Jaguar and Land Rover, if I have to say as such. So this is more of virtualization of as much as business process instead of doing in the physical world on the computer. Last but not least is the supply chain altogether, which is basically, we've seen this with this pandemic. If you're dependent on the one supply chain, anything could potentially go wrong. So how can you really be agile and have distributed supply chain model and have strategic elements in the supply chain, so that you co-design with your suppliers and having them on board in your engineering process altogether? I hope I answered your question purely from an engineering perspective, not really from an operational, or rather from a core apps perspective, from an engineering services perspective. Over to you, Arna.
No, thank you. Thanks, Sriharsha, for very interesting perspective around virtualization and creating digital twins, and what we can do in terms of product engineering as well as product testing. And you're very right. We do need to get our overall import dependence lowered in India, not just in the automotive sector, but in many other sectors. So maybe, to get a bit of, global versus local kind of perspective, Lux, if I can, come to you. Obviously, you've been working a lot around the digital experience, so not just around the product side, but also around the digital experience side, which Sriharsha sort of touched upon once. And you've also been involved with several clients in the financial services sector. So just wanted to get a bit of view of the global perspective around this and what you're seeing in terms of the focus around the digital experience, not just around automation or product innovation.
Thanks, Arnab. Hopefully, I'm coming through clearly. Thank you for having me. So global versus local, fundamentally, if one were to look at this answer purely from a user and openness of the end user perspective, I would any day be in India, right? But if we look at the density of usage and profitability of investments, the Western world has a lot to offer. Okay, so let me double click on that. And you asked me a question about financial services. I'll get there. So I'm going to talk probably the one's complement of the salt, right? Anything but the industrial engineering piece, which is mostly on the application side, what the users use and all of that. And broadly speaking, the West had so many years of investment, particularly in their EDP departments, their mainframes, and a lot of compute. So they had a lot of unlearning to do before they come into learning. India, probably is leapfrogging, which is a big benefit. But if we just were to take a view of industry as Lego blocks, so to speak, I can go down into the coding world and say, it is all microservices which are strung together through an API gateway, and everything is interoperating, versus modularization in manufacturing. Whatever works, we can start thinking about, right? But if you were to abstract it and say, what is really this whole technology revolution giving from a business standpoint? The end output has got to be utility pricing, right? So what I mean by that is, think about a Zoho providing the same scale per employee as some of the largest employers like a Railways, SBI, or a Reliance, right? That is utility pricing at any scale. So digital technology is supposed to make the small, David versus Goliath kind of go away from a pure utility model perspective, right? That means there are no setup costs. It's completely linear. And when you say it's completely linear, that's really where the elastic scale of cloud comes in, right? And we have to embrace that. And if you typically look at the West, they have to modernize their applications, whereas in India, we are going straight away into elastic scale. So that's kind of an advantage there. The third is a very, very big change, particularly from digital technologies, is interoperability, right? Interoperability at scale. And if you were to go back to the manufacturing world or even the Swift messages or the financial services, one needed to create an EDI layer. There are specific modems written. There are specific NDMs which people would write to establish a protocol. Today, we are talking about, if you talk about the account aggregation concepts that RBI is introducing in mid-layer banking, your API integration is probably an afternoon's job if you have a very good developer. That's dramatically high interoperability, right? And if we were to just digress a little bit on that technology alone, that's amazing. You think about benefits of 5G. You think about office in a block or office in a box. All of this assumes multiple technologies coming together. You think about a smart cane, which is less than $500 out. There is a blind person who can use a cane, who has voice commands, who's connected to Google Maps, all in a simple Android device. That's at $500. If you were to think about this in the 1980s, it will only be visible in James Bond movies, right? So the interoperability, hyper interoperability, and standardization across industries, right? You operate across industries. For example, if you're thinking about a hospital setup, think about taking a patient between 5 equipments because those won't talk to each other. Today, if doesn't matter who the manufacturers are, one could be a Philips, other could be a Siemens, and third could be manufactured by some other company, but all the three can talk over the IP layer, and pretty much it's a plug and play. Now that's dramatic in terms of interoperability. Now, fundamentally, if you take that view, utility price points, dramatic interoperability, and elastic scale, if you look at it that way, the West pretty much is unlearning, learning, and coming there. India is leapfrogging. So that's how I would put that. Now, coming specifically to financial services industry, end of the day, proof of the pudding is really in the using, isn't it? So we all have travel, particularly if you look at the payments industry. Many of you, if you swipe a card, you will get an SMS, right? An Amex card, I have had an SMS in my India-based phone in the US before the actual printout comes through in the POS machine. That just tells you what technology does, right? And just for people to visualize, there is a particular card reader that does certain amount of character identification. It goes to a fraud detection system, then it goes to an authentication system, then basically it says, yeah, this credit is good enough, and comes back. Pretty much a round trip across the globe, if you can think about it, right? This transaction today happens in 200 milliseconds. An UPI transaction, multiple volumes over, happens in less than a second. So that's really where I see tremendous amount of benefit. And if I were to essentially talk specific about the financial services industry, Arnab, I would say in the payment processing world, we've seen in front of our eyes, UPI is probably doing 355 crore transactions a month, which probably 2 years ago was not even 1/10 of it. This roughly means every Indian family is probably doing, if I go by the family setup, it's about 10 to 12 transactions per family, whereas credit cards are still languishing at maybe 1/6 of that transaction volume. Secondly, with data democratization, with things like account aggregation model and all the set of it, Europe has been at PDS2, which is the open banking concept being implemented ever since the SEPA area of Europe common currency was introduced, right? Probably India is scratching the surface. I would not be surprised in 2 years if we leapfrog that, where every bank's data is democratized and the consumers have control over the data. That is dramatically huge from a credit decisioning perspective, right? And if you purely look at trading, NSE and potentially NSE plus BSE put together probably does more futures transactions than any of the world's largest exchanges. And naturally, there is a fragmentation in the West. But if you purely look at a transaction volume, not the value of the transaction, India is probably leapfrog. So I would say adoption, India has clearly done it. The price points that we have been able to achieve at utility price points, dramatically high. We are taking full advantage of hyper interoperability, and India probably is sitting at a point of open standards straight away. So there is tremendous amount of benefits. Now we have to put in aspirations, which sets higher standards. We have to put in more feedback loop into the system, which provides rich data. And hopefully that data is democratized for us to spurn a lot of entrepreneurs who provide better services. And with that kind of better services, better decision making, I clearly see India taking benefits. And clearly, given our scale, our price points are very close to utility price points. No, I'd probably hand it over back to you. Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Lux, and very interesting points around going to interoperability at scale, around how India is trying to leapfrog the overall number of transactions, as you talked of, which is just a function of scale and how we are trying to look at innovation differently. So maybe Kunal, I'll come to you. we heard a lot around, how some of these innovations are going to the grassroots level in India from Lux. And, he obviously talked about, this entire move towards agility, and sort of being future ready in some ways. And these are all fundamental blocks, right, in terms of the experience around the automation, around the cloud transformation. I think one of the building blocks which we tend to forget is, this entire block of security, right? So, as you look at, this entire journey that India is taking, any thoughts from your mind on this, your perspectives?
Yeah, sure, Arnab. And firstly, congratulations to the entire leadership team and the organizing team of CII East for organizing this event, and thank you for having me here. I think I heard some great insights from all the speakers in this session, and even the ones who were speaking before this. I think the theme of the session being, digital transformation, is it a myth or reality? The answer is very, very simple and straightforward. I was just thinking while I was listening to some of the speakers, and I couldn't remember the last time the last time I went to a store to buy clothes. I couldn't remember the last time I called a restaurant to order food. I couldn't remember the last time I called a taxi driver who lived in the neighborhood to take me to the airport. Mr. Dipankar was talking about the COVID platform. It has become the largest digital platform for running and managing the vaccination, the largest vaccination program in the world. So, these kind of things are real life examples of why digital transformation is an absolute and real sort of disruption that is happening all around us as we speak, at a pace at which something that we've probably never experienced before. And that's fascinating, right? I mean, ultimately, it's not about how easy or simple or complicated the technology is, or the application, or the infrastructure, or the cloud. I think what eventually matters, the proof of the pudding, is in the outcome. And as long as that outcome is achieved, as long as that outcome is delivered, I think we can absolutely consider ourselves to be successful in that journey. But to answer your question, Arnab, I think one of the biggest disruptions that has happened, which is not only accelerated by the pandemic, but a lot of things that we are seeing now is also triggered by the pandemic, is the way in which the security landscape or the security attack surface, as it is called in the world of cybersecurity, has expanded exponentially. In the traditional world, most of the applications, whether they are running in a data center or whether some of them were running in the cloud, they were still protected by perimeters which were constructed like walls in a bank. And as long as you were behind that perimeter, or as long as you were inside that wall, you were considered to be safe and secure, and there was a general perception that this is impregnable, you cannot really breach the kind of strong four walls of the enterprise or within the cloud that has been created. Now, because of the pandemic, and because of the fact that users are now working from home sometimes, from coffee shops sometimes, sometimes they go to office, at other times they don't, everybody is distributed, applications are now getting delivered in a distributed environment, the attack surface has pretty much become every single user who is now accessing applications or data from the open broadband internet. So that has completely changed the way one has to look at cybersecurity. If you would define the profile of a hacker in the pre-pandemic world and how they think, they used to look for backdoors. They used to look for backdoors in your applications. They used to look for backdoors in your data center. They used to look for backdoors on things which are running in different parts of your infrastructure and the operating systems. And that's how they used to enter. And then once they were inside, then they would cause some sort of a breach. Today, attackers and hackers don't need to enter through backdoors, because all they need to do is launch what is now being called as a social engineering attack, where they need to get your user ID and password, and they pretty much get front door access, and they walk through the red carpet into your systems, and they do whatever it is that they want to do, and this can cause a significant amount of damage. So when we look at cybersecurity and when we look at defining how the approach to cybersecurity in this world is going to look like, I think the whole paradigm now has to take into consideration the fact that applications are distributed, users are distributed, the way services are being consumed and delivered is distributed. And so protecting these users, applications, data, what have you, has to be done in a manner in which you can protect what is now being called as the edge, in conjunction with what you are doing in your sort of core data center or cloud infrastructure, and make it work together. So that's how the whole dimension of cybersecurity is evolving. And that, I think, is a very, very critical aspect of any digital transformation strategy. I mean, you can't think about security as an afterthought. You can't build a digital platform or a digital service or a digital application and then start thinking about how to secure it. You have to think about security from the time you start building that platform or that application, and it has to be embedded in every aspect of application and infrastructure that is going to be a part of how that digital solution is going to be delivered to whoever are the users. Could be internal employees, could be customers, could be ecosystem partners. It has to be done right from the beginning, and it has to be embedded. And I think last point that I want to make is that the traditional approach towards security was to do a combination of many things. Security is always about building different layers, and the more layers you build, and as the strength and the capability of those layers basically defines how strong your setup is. In a distributed world, in a world where security has to be a combination of what you do at the core and what you do at the edge, I think one very critical factor that will eventually decide how effective is your ability to prevent or detect an attack from happening or while it is happening is going to be in building capabilities to get these different layers to talk to each other in real time with contextual correlation. It's like different security agencies that are working in their own different silos, trying to gather intelligence about what is happening. But if they don't share the intelligence, they will not be able to prevent an attack from happening. It's pretty much the same in the cybersecurity world as well. You've got different layers. You've got a layer at the device level. You've got a layer at the user level. You've got something on the cloud. You've got something in the data center. If you cannot get all these different layers to talk to each other in real time through some sort of a single pane of glass with automation, orchestration, and most importantly, correlation of the intelligence and the data that is being generated in these different layers, I think that is where the difference is now going to be in terms of significantly enhancing the capabilities of that security setup in that digital environment to be able to detect and prevent attacks. So I think that's what I would say. But yeah, I mean, no amount of technology transformation can be complete with an equal and proportionate people and cultural transformation. So security is as much a people and cultural conversation as it is a technology conversation. So I think one has to keep a very, very focused sort of eye on how the people are responding to it and how the behavior is also evolving as the technology and the overall digital setup evolves. So that's what I would say, and I'll turn it back to you, Arnav.
Thank you, Kunal. And, I think very interesting to understand what you just said, that, how do you share intelligence between the layers, and how do you sort of share the relevance of the data being collected, and, how do you contextualize it on a real-time basis? Is something very, very, very interesting. And, when we're talking of real-time automation and, what we're doing, we have Arvind with us. Arvind, you've been working a lot on the IT/OT space, real-time integration of plants, several manufacturing case studies you've been working on yourself as well. Just wanted to get your views, and we've had, thoughts around the need for automation, the focus on that, the focus on moving to the cloud, the focus on security, giving a digital experience to the user or to the, broader stakeholders. What's your view around the manufacturing segment? Because of course, India, if India has to shine, manufacturing has to shine for India, right? So any thoughts from your side?
Sure. So, well said, manufacturing is a big piece of the whole economy for India. And we've talked a lot about the consumer side, so far. And the industrial side also has its own kind of secular drivers, so to say, which are the driving force behind more and more digitalization. You would typically look at manufacturing trends, which are like integrated manufacturing, supply chain network, there are trends like faster time to market, as we see in the case of vaccine manufacturing of late, reduce operational cost. Anyway, that's always a big factor, for any manufacturing environment, and improve the uptime also. You want to be, kind of operational all the time, and look at consumer goods, during the lockdown also, right? So we were in need of things that we wanted to eat and drink and all those kind of things. So those are the applications, and even many others, power plants, for example, that would require significant uptime. There are macro trends, which are related to economic growth, for example, but also in terms of downturns, how do you manage the complex environments, which lines to produce, not to produce. There could be different lines of manufacturing for a particular company. Some of them going really strong, some of them are not so strong. How do you manage all those things? And then the things related to overall middle class and consumer spending, all those kind of things. Worker demographics, those are again strong trends. You see some things driven in a particular way, and and then people have to align, the manufacturers have to align very quickly onto that. And then, of course, there are technology trends which are, so much of improvement, with respect to connectivity, with respect to cloud and mobility and all that. You can have more and more data closer to your manufacturing environment, and also remotely you can host it with somebody else. Then a lot of things have also changed, as we see, for example, in e-commerce environment. Things related to artificial intelligence and machine learning, robotics, again, big area, AR, VR, blockchain. These are some of the things that are driving, all those trends, and manufacturers have to be very agile and digitally connected. If they don't do that, they're at the risk of losing out, or even have strong risks associated as well, from a continuity point of view. If I kind of had to define them into very few small high-level buckets, which are critical for the manufacturer, they would be faster time to market, lower total cost of ownership, improving asset utilization, of course, more relevant for larger asset companies, for example, in oil and gas or in power, where the assets are very huge and expensive. And also look at the enterprise risk management. Kunal talked about that. I'm not going to elaborate on that, but you got that whole mix of IT and OT integration, right? The convergence of software and machinery in production environments is ushering a totally new era of connected operations, for all industries, which gives better efficiencies, better decision making, and across all segments of manufacturing and production. If you connect the process control, measurement, and safety systems, at production sites with IT infrastructure and applications, it enables remote connectivity for highly valuable real-time data, and also remote operations and support and continuity also, right? We also realized during the lockdowns how a lot of those sites, and we realized we had to kind of step up and let manufacturers operate their plants remotely wherever possible, they could. But yet in practical terms, this goal has been hard to achieve, due to rugged, dislocated, and often remote nature of operations. So typically, people try to kind of improve time to value, cutting across the inefficiencies that slow down the operations and produce inertia. But on the other hand, they want to minimize the risk so that the outcomes can be achieved in a very safe, secure, and compliant way. So there are multiple ways, to kind of enable the integration process, which is to, first of all, identify and align the critical data sets, identify the entire supply value chain, which goes from your own suppliers in some cases. Take example of automotive, right? There are typically 30,000 parts that go into manufacturing a single car. You have a disruption in supply chain for one item, even it could end up as your product being either non-compliant or not being able to be produced at all. Then there are aspects of filling up the security gap in terms of cyber security and ensuring that you have no breaches and you have no discontinuity in the operations. And also look at the third-party integration, which is like a lot of times we have people operating at your sites, which are third-party people, your third-party softwares or systems, that are operating at your place, and also in some cases enable edge capabilities. So these are typically, I would say you first of all have smart connected devices, which is the basic layer at the shop floor or the manufacturing environment. You kind of go to the next level, which is smart machines. You have all of those cells within the manufacturing line, which are interconnected, and you can operate them. You can compare them within different lines, and you can also make sure they're more efficient. You gather knowledge about the scraps, the kind of downtimes and how much of efficiency they deliver, and overall operational equipment effectiveness, overall. And then finally, you build on that to go to the connected factory or the connected enterprise to ensure that the assets and resources are more productive and safer while making quality products is mission critical. And best of the class companies design and implement systems that optimize plant floor assets and provide information to all the people across the value chain, be it operators on the plant and or the executives, who are looking at real time and timely decision making, actionable, decisions, overall. So I think this is overall the full landscape, and different people have different ways of going about it. And some people are very much advanced manufacturers in terms of their data enterprise strategy, but some kind of need to look at use cases and things that make more sense to them financially. I think that's the way to go about it. Back to you, Arnab.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think, Arvind, those are really interesting points. And some of these challenges are very, specific to us, considering the remoteness and, some of the other challenges which we have. Coming to Vikram, you've been engaged with the government on several, large digital initiatives. Any views on, what you're seeing this year versus what you were seeing maybe a year back, and how in the post-pandemic world you see this, large transformation space, primarily in the government space, being shaping up?
Wonderful, thanks. Nice to be here, back here again. And also let me thank the other speakers for the many insightful comments. It's been deeply learning, especially the ones that Lux spoke about, which I kind of resonated with. I think there's been a lot of investments coming into this area of providing better governance from a governmental perspective. And in doing so, they have transformed many. And for them, it is a little easier because they're starting from ground zero. And there is no legacy aspect, so to say, about having to transform in that sense. But it's a jumpstart still. And we, obviously, being a provider of infra and being a provider of advisory services, as well as implementing the same in this hybrid world, we kind of experienced a variety of them. One example is of obviously the range of smart cities that have come out and the implementations that we've done there with them. To some of the examples Lux spoke about and CSR spoke about. So this is suddenly, you're spawning off multitude of microservices. There are about 18 utilities in the context of a small city. And you're automating all of that into one single dashboard. Just imagine the mayhem that today's traffic is post-pandemic and prior. And you have to do a whole lot of things like traffic management, crowd management, so on and so forth. And into that, the health systems and all of that are integrated. So the one city that won the Prime Minister's Award, which was Bhopal, which was in a hub and spoke model, is a fairly brilliant implementation, and largely the architecture jointly co-worked by the government of Madhya Pradesh and us, where we're providing a completely automated facility to all of those 18 utilities, right down to your waste management, so on and so forth. This was perhaps unthinkable about 3 to 5 years back, when the regular things around citizenry were just about practiced. There are many examples. I mean, we associate with, I think Kunal spoke about COVID. We did a lot of work trying to refactor, replatform it, etc., and provided support right through the year and a half for it. The transaction loads were unmanageable at times. It was also because of the fact that there was an availability issue with the vaccine itself. We associate with some of the other large utility providers, the oil majors, so on and so forth, who have transformed themselves from where they were to the next higher league. So you spoke about, Arnab, the many lenses with which we see transformation. The way we see transformation is strictly between, three lenses. One is the fact that companies who evolved and reached a certain phase of their business lives, uh, getting themselves to be more connected. And in that, this IT, OT integration, all of that come into play for sure. I think someone spoke about the fact that the difficulties associated with it, connecting all those buses of legacy, SysBus, Modbus, and so on and so forth, and making them interoperable is a fairly challenging thing. The second and third things obviously are the fact that many establishments today are getting to be more autonomous, which means that they need these systems to be predicting to them and telling them, advising about what is the next set of moves that they need to be making, which means that you're again kind of fusing a whole lot of things around data, the facets of data coming in, and effectively using them to kind of make predictions about which way to move. And obviously, when you're doing these two, you need to make your enterprise a lot more programmable, and that would mean that you're going more bare metal and microservices and so on and so forth. So the largest oil major that I spoke about, I mean, they have embarked on a project where they moved to the next higher level. And to the point that was mentioned by Lux, many of these that I spoke about are increasingly moving to a utility model or a consumption model, because every customer today understands that the world is going to be hybrid. There is going to be the cloud. There's going to be a lot of these analytics based on the cloud. There are many facets of it, so on and so forth. So these are two examples of government, but to the fusion of where this all of these payment systems and all of that come together, we've been associated very closely with this company called Wipmo, which is a digital payments company born in the cloud, so to say. Interestingly, some of the examples that Lux spoke about, which is about MX and using it elsewhere. You very often, when you use a card or any other transaction today, you would be asked to generate an OTP. So incidentally, this OTP generation is done by Wipmo for about 170 banks in the country, and they do everything and anything that they do on IT, starting from every cloud native deployment real time in a consumption model with us. So you see so many of these disaggregated platforms now coming together and aggregating at some level because of the governance provided by both the apex banks as well as the governance provided by some of these public sector organizations as well as the government of India itself. So a lot of work happening in varying facets and varying measures. So I hope I kind of did justice to the question that you asked. Over to you again.
Thanks, Vikram, and very interesting to know about some of these works which are being done, and specifically the one around the oil major which you talked of. So I think, considering the time, we'll try and take a few questions. And again, any of you, the panelists, if you want to, answer that, please feel free to answer it. I think there have been a few questions around affordability of digital transformation, and I have seen some responses in terms of, I think Amazon has a few solutions, digital suite available for SMBs. I saw a few responses, another response from, I think, BMC as well, where we have options to provide cloud services at reasonable price. So I think we do have that. That's not a problem. I think there was one question which is very interesting, that how do you measure the success of a digital transformation? I would probably like to just open this up for the panelists, and whoever wants to go first, just to understand what does success mean to you in a digital transformation. Any of you,
If no one's going, let me make an attempt. Essentially, I'm used to dealing with customers one at a time, right? So the moment of truth is at a customer or an industry level. So typically, we should describe success of any business as a commercial business or as a government enterprise based on end goals, right? Commercial enterprise, it is making money. So when I say making money, in a commercial enterprise, they are either dealing with a structural industry issue. If you take a power distribution company, you could say leakage is a structural issue and you plan with that for certain profitability margin. But if you think about a smart meter, you can actually cut down power. You can use technology to change behavior. You can push people towards prepaid electricity, and it actually is solving a structural problem. Eventually, solving a structural problem is not just a technology problem. It has to make something mean something to the bottom line. Second is expansion of the business purely through more interactions. And today, for example, if you take any SaaS platform, right? You take a Salesforce or a Microsoft Dynamic or any of them, Freshworks IPO today. So fundamentally, they are able to talk to a communication system which either connects with the user through a web app, through a SMS, or any communication mechanism like an email or whatever it is. And that starts interlinking with other complementary products. So you're creating ecosystems from literally thin air, right? So that expands the aperture, but net of it, that also has to translate into business benefits of either cost to income ratios of a bank through cheaper acquisition of customers or improving retention. So we need to be able to describe what the benefit is from a business standpoint. And for a government, typically that could be reach, right? Today, a COVID app is available for all the 1.3 billion population, and it's probably done at a price point which is affordable. So I'll probably say very cliched corporate answer, which is the benefit case has to be obvious. And the point is the benefit case is becoming achievable for more and more investments. And that's the beauty of this whole thing.
Any other panelists?
Take a stab.
Yeah,
Kevin,
so
go ahead.
it was kind of, so it would mean a lot of things, right? There would be the larger digital strategies, but if we're to quantify in terms of things that are very relevant to a particular company, I'll go with the industrial example again. For example, in case of predictive analytics, if I am able to forecast or predict my failure 3 months ahead of the actual real failure, of a large asset, that's the win. That's the downtime I'm saving. That's the quantification of that particular use case. In a manufacturing environment where somebody produces parts like hundreds and millions of parts, depending upon if you're looking at a day or a month or a year and all that, even a 2% efficiency improvement means a lot. It could translate to millions of dollars of savings, right? Similarly, if your scrap is 5% and that goes down to 3%, that's a win. I think that is the way to kind of look at small things within faster time to market. For example, you are able to produce medicines or compressing the 6-month period to a 3-month period. That gives you that additional 3 months of marketing or selling timeline, which is translating into revenues. So I think it would vary from who is looking at it in what sense, but I just thought, I'll give some examples that will quantify some of those benefits.
So Arnab, Sri here, I have one example which is quite different. Most of my peers here have actually given examples of corporate benefits of digital transformation. And I'll tell you how we look at digital transformation. Digital transformation affecting human lives is something which we really look at, and we work with quite a lot of startups in India. Very few people actually, really know that what it would take 10 years to develop a COVID vaccine got us here in the situation we are in today in less than 1.5 years is because of the ability to really model, do what-if analysis of the entire chemical compositions and the digitization of the clinical trial process. And we are very happy and fortunate to really, to work with Moderna, Pfizer,
one of the best of the vaccine makers worldwide into completely digitize their entire vaccine development, clinical trials, and the manufacturing process. I mean, that's a human impact of digital transformations, point number one. When it comes to personalization of medical care, or people who, for example, in Nagpur, we are working with a startup of India called as Lucid Implants, which is doing a fantastic work in helping people to have skull or jaw implants. You must be wondering, why is this necessary? Very needed digital technology for that. Post-COVID, many of the people had these syndromes wherein they got affected either with the eye or skull, lower jaw, upper jaw getting affected. And today, with the implant technology out there, you buy out there with off-the-shelf implants and you plug it in, and it has a drastic impact on people's lives. So you will not be able to move your upper jaw, lower jaw, will not be able to even breathe correctly. So we already work with 300 patients out there with this company of Nagpur. We help them create an MRI of it, create a custom implant, and a doctor has to actually put that in the jaw, and then now they're able to have their normal lives as such. And I would rather say this is the kind of impact, human impact of digital transformation, what we're talking. I mean, corporate top line, bottom line benefits is out there, but more and more we're seeing, and this is the direction as a company we're going as well, from manufacturing to infrastructure and life sciences. And we have reached almost, almost a billion euro, I would rather say, and leaders in the space of medical device manufacturing, clinical trials of vaccine design and development, and lastly, the custom patient care, which we're looking at as the future adoption of digital technology to change the lives of people, and common people like you and me as well. Thank you.
Okay.
No, I just wanted to add to what Shriyasha said, if we have time. I don't know if we do, but I just wanted to add to what.
Go ahead. You're the last respondent on this question, and then we'll take another question.
Very quickly. Look, there'll be metrics of measurement, from various perspectives related to revenue and profitability and so on. But I think one of the things that for me will define success of any digital transformation initiative is going to be how much we have been able to democratize it, which means whether it is within a business setup or whether it is at a national scale, how many people have we been able to deliver the impact and the benefit of that digital transformation with the same level of experience, regardless of what kind of infrastructure or devices they have, regardless of what kind of connectivity or last mile they have. If we are able to democratize that entire experience of being able to access digital services across the entire value chain from the topmost to the bottommost levels, for me, that I think is going to be a very, very important measure of how successful any digital transformation initiative has been.
No, absolutely, Kunal. Thank you. Thanks for that view as well. So just in the interest of time, I'll just move. Dipankar, you had a question. Would you just say that? Ask it yourself. Dipankar? Okay. Sumit, do we have any other questions?
I think one of the 3 questions have been posted in the chat box here. Although the answers have been given here, but the participants won't be able to view these. So if that can be taken up.
Okay. The answers have been given.
I think some have been given here only in the chat box itself.
Yeah, I think one was that, as I said, Sundar has mentioned that, go to Amazon.in. There is a digital suite available for SMBs. I did see a response from Sriharsha that, like Amazon, they also have a option for MSMEs at a marginal price. You have to go to 3ds.com and then look for the 3D experience stroke cloud. There was a comment that does consulting firms like PwC help MSMEs in consulting? Yes, I'm sure most of the consulting firms would have a MSME wing, so you can reach out to them. I didn't see any other questions, Sumit, coming in. So if that's the case, then maybe
I think there's one I'm seeing on the. What I'm saying is, don't you think in the digital age, especially in the time of COVID, previous 18 months has wreaked havoc for the MSME and entrepreneurs in networking and communication to have projects. So he wants a discussion on this.
So I actually didn't get the question, Sumit. So yes, we have had the previous 18 months has obviously, been quite a havoc for many of the MSMEs and entrepreneurs in the network and communication business. But any opinion from the panelists specifically for MSME or entrepreneurs in the networking and communication business, what they should be looking at post-pandemic?
Actually, let me just take that question. Things like SaaS, things like OPS, they're becoming the buzzword, and they've become a very, very attractive technology or the way to go for the MSME segments and for small enterprises, primarily because there isn't a capex investment. So unlike in the past, where any enterprise would have to really make a huge capex investment to be digitally transformed, it's much easier to get it done now. So I would just say, I would agree with a lot of the answers that are coming in. Go with the flow, and there are some great price points, and there's so many vendors and options available in all these technologies. So you could take advantage of that fact.
Okay. Thank you, Sunil.
Arnab, I had a question. Yeah,
I know you had a question, but then you disappeared. So go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, this is for anybody in the panel. See, I mean, we are all discussing about the positive aspects of digital transformation, but the huge amount of manual labor which India is thriving upon for the economy, how that can be modernized, or I mean, the whole process of digital transformation, are we letting them out of the economy, or how we can make them use? So that will be a very interesting point for us. So how the panel is thinking about that? So the transformation is taking them also in transformation or not?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think it's a very valid, Mr. Deepankar. I think skilling is one area wherein we really believe that we need to evolve, to really make sure that the people are coming out of either diploma colleges or, for that matter, ITIs or engineering colleges, or even for that matter, MTech graduates today. We really feel that how much percentage of them are really employable as such. I mean, even forget the the labor from a plant perspective. That itself is a different category altogether as such. So what we have done, or rather as a company we're looking at, we believe that the industry, academia have to collaborate together to create what we call as finishing schools or center of excellences on skilling, primarily with a very specific industry in focus. For example, to give you a perspective, in aerospace and defense, Bangalore being the hub of all the aerospace and defense activity, and there's a lot of new investments coming in because of the defense localization right now on many of the projects. Either it could be NAL or HAL, or it could be even the various other projects coming in. We collaborated with the state government of Karnataka, and we have set up a center of excellence, which actually teaches the engineering graduates on what really happens of the Boeings of the world and the Airbus of the world out there in the core engineering manufacturing, so that they are much more employable in the new upcoming opportunities in that. And we are today collaborating even with Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation, so that we make sure that we are part of the ASDC and NSDC Skill Development Council as well, so that we work through them in redefining the skills necessary and needed for engineering and manufacturing companies out there, as we are growing more focused on the, from a GDP growth perspective in manufacturing, and developing a 3-5 year roadmap, working closely with the state and the central governments. I believe that most of the industrial companies have to have some sort of academic partnerships and an investment in PhD candidates, so that we develop the intellectual property in India, have more patents from India, and less dependent on more and more import of technology coming in, from the outside world. And feeling happy that, I mean, take the case of solar energy. I mean, we are so happy that renewable energy is picking up in India. But if you go down deeper, all the Chinese companies are giving those cells in India. Take the case of EV for that matter. We are, harping upon EV scooter and EV battery. But if you go into the level of details, the battery is imported from Korea or Taiwan, and the electric vehicle cells are coming from China again. And we're making the battery cell here, and we are selling the whole integrated vehicle as indigenous vehicle. So we believe that investment in the core R&D, in the skilling, and in the the various levels is absolutely necessary. And the only way to do that is government, industry, and academic collaboration. I think it's a fantastic question on the topic we discussed on digital transformation, Mr. Deepankar.
Sundar here, if I could add a point. See, skilling is one aspect of it to ensure that people whose livelihood might be affected are brought into this ecosystem. The other aspect is how is digital transformation actually helping pull people into the economy, right? So if you look at microfinance, right, it's a classic example. If you look at today, to give you an example, the cost of processing a loan. If you look at somebody like Credit Vidya, which is a fintech running on AWS, earlier it used to cost them the equivalent of about $2, right, about 140 rupees to do the underwriting processing for a given loan. So unless your loan amount is above a certain level, the cost of processing it doesn't make sense. So invariably, what would happen is that markets would automatically therefore leave out a set of people who cannot afford loans above a particular size. Now, thanks to using cloud in a big way, they've brought it down to less than a rupee to do that same processing. It is like 2 orders of magnitude lower. So if you look at somebody like Madura Microfinance, for example, they are also trying to go down this path of how do we take financing to the next level. And I think that's important because that's bringing millions of people the benefit of the financing and other aspects of the digital ecosystem, which otherwise they would not have got access to, because in the normal scheme of things, it would have just been too expensive for them. Now we are even talking in terms of, like, since we talked about apps like CoWIN, etc. 3-4 years ago, even 3-4 years ago, it might have been unthinkable for a whole bunch of people in a lower stratum. But now that's the thing, it's become economically viable. So I think it's important to keep in mind that while, yes, some people are affected who would need to be trained, we are also pulling in a whole bunch of people into the digital ecosystem who otherwise didn't have access to it. So it's a two-edged thing.
In fact, similar things about farming, getting more people into formal economy in a standardized fashion, which the governments can actually signal. For example, take an example of farming. Are we over farming or under farming? Taking a today the technology is available in scale for us to see what kind of crop patterns are at various things. I believe Amazon and others are probably, or maybe it's Microsoft that's participating in that. That price signaling is going to help a lot of people who may not even be formally educated, but we can use technologies to signal and improve their lot. So all of it, besides the multiplier effect of the basic investments coming into the market and lifting the lot of our wider community.
Thank you the panelists for such a lively and engaging conversation. In the interest of time, I would bring this session to a close. I would like to, of course, thank all the panelists and, in no order, Mr. Arvind Kakru, Mr. Kunal Kaur, Mr. Sunil Kumar Thakur, Mr. Vikram K, Mr. Sriharsha, Mr. Sundaram, and last but not the least, Mr. Lakshminarayan Ramalingam. It's been a wonderful discourse, and I would not even attempt to try and summarize what we discussed. I'm sure the recording would be available with CII for people who have missed out. And it's something which I carry back a lot of things which I've learned from the panelists. And I'm sure the audience would have also found the conversation very engaging. Thank you once again, CII, and thank you, panelists. It was lovely. Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, Arnab. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the panelists. It was a great session, and we had more than 700 people attending the program. So thank you so much. And before we close for the break, we would like to announce that the next session is to start at 2:30. So we would request everyone to log in 5 minutes prior to that at least. And I would like to thank all the sponsors, especially the Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, for jointly organizing this every year with us. we have the presenting sponsor, Oracle, digital transformation sponsor, VMware India. The program is supported by STPI and Webel. The virtual platform sponsor is ITC Infotech, technology sponsor Cisco, education sponsor JIS Group, silver sponsor Accenture, technical sponsor PwC, associate sponsors Dassault and Infinity, cloud sponsors AWS and Capgemini, data sponsor HPE, e-commerce sponsor M Junction Services Limited, skill sponsors Cognizant, Sister Nivedita University, and SaaS sponsor BMC Software. Thank you all the sponsors for helping us in organizing this initiative, the 20th ICT East. And the session recordings would be available towards the end of the day in the Hive platform. And after now, after this, people may like to get into the virtual exhibition and can interact with some of the organizations who are present in the exhibition. And with this, we come to the close of the first half of ICTs today. So see you again at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Awasthi.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Verma. Sridhar has also joined. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just trying to figure out, my some of my settings. Just a minute.
So Sumit, we have to use this virtual background, right?
You can. That's why I shared.
Okay.
Actually,
Sure.
I'm just.
Sumit, you shared this background on mail?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Sent it on email.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Fine. Yeah. Good to see you too. How are you?
Good, sir.
Long time.
Long time. Somebody yesterday was telling me my phone rings like as though I'm in abroad. They were asking me that, are you abroad? I said, you saying it itself sounds so good. Right? But I don't know whether my phone tone is ringing or not. Because telling me that are you abroad itself sounds so good. Right? That's a life you're leading today.
Yeah.
See, yes, and yeah, I hope things open up soon.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Awasthi. Great to have you. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon.
So are you traveling, Sridhar, or are you?
No, sir, until December, there's a lockdown, sir.
Yeah.
In fact, it so happened that Noida was impacted badly. So they have said they have disabled our access cards, no corporate card for travel. Only after December, they'll take a call. So travel on your own personal accord, not officially.
Okay.
Right. So we are not going to be one of the early ones to get back to office. We'll be probably the last ones.
Yeah, looks like. Yeah.
But what about you, sir? You began travel to Kolkata or?
Yeah, I've been doing that once a month. Maybe next week I'll be in Calcutta.
Okay.
For a couple of weeks till puja time, and then come back to Hyderabad after between puja to Deepavali.
Correct.
Then possibly go back again in November.
This time Diwali is also early November, so it coincides.
Right. But yeah, the travel is like a strange experience now.
I don't know. I think I'll have first time flight fears if I sit in a flight now.
It's like one can relive that first flight experiences when you were young.
Yeah, it'll be like that, I think now. So yeah, anyways, travel charm is gone, but still the fear will continue, I think, for some time now.
Hey Gaurav, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Fine. Yeah, good to see you. Nice background.
Simple.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Rajshekhar.
Good afternoon. Hey, Vinay, how are you?
Very well.
Not
Actually,
able to see you.
I'm actually for some reason I'm not being able to log in from the application. I have logged in from the browser, and it is not helping me set my background.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem here.
Okay. For some reason, the password wasn't working. So, for sure. A nice background that Smith sent, and I was keen to use it.
Yeah, now your video is on, Vinay.
No, my video is on, but I'm not able to,
Yeah,
change
stay in the background.
Yeah. Okay, and
But what you can do is you can use the standard settings, the default settings which are there. You can go to the change background setting and then get it to none or a blur or
so Raja, I'm not getting those options at all. I'm just getting.
So do you see the options in the bottom of your screen? At the bottom, the mute stop video.
Yeah, mute stop video, that is there.
You click on the stop video. There's a whatever clicked on, on the stop video. You see the change virtual background.
Okay, yeah, I got it now.
Yeah, you click that. So it's good to have CIOs on the panel. So we can be the help desk.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. And how are you?
Very good. How are you all doing?
Yeah, good.
In last 1 year, we've become confident on all the platforms. Earlier, it used to be on one of the platforms. Now you know Zoom, you know Teams or how WebEx works or the other platforms which are available there.
Absolutely.
Something else.
Good afternoon, everyone.
But Rajesh, our kids have overtaken us. 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds have no more features on Teams and everything than us now.
Absolutely.
One of the schools, yeah, I know.
Absolutely, yeah, true.
Yeah, nowadays they provide us support at times,
Congratulations, Vinay.
Vinay, you seem to have solved the problem. How did you do that?
So,
He had expertise.
Raja helped me.
Sorry?
He had expertise from Raja.
Okay, so what he suggested that go to the stop video and then there's a drop down there, and you will get the change background there.
Yeah,
for some
you
reason,
get
it wasn't coming earlier.
Yeah, it wasn't coming earlier for me as well. Now good. I just. Yeah, thanks to Raja, I think I'm there. Thank you.
So we'll wait for another maybe 5 minutes and then we'll start.
2:30.
Yeah, 2:30.
Sure.
More than 700 participants are there.
Oh, wonderful.
Sumit and the committee team has done a tremendous job. You go by, year-on-year growth, like this time, the participation has gone up by 75% compared to last year. Last year, we had about an average participation of about 400, 450. So Sumit said this time it's 700.
Amazing. Congratulations, Sumit. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sumit and team, for the same. It's not easy to ensure that you get consistent attendance throughout the event with 700 minimum people attending it. So I think commendable job.
Yeah, agree. Very good, very well done.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Sumit and team.
Thank you. Thank you.
And from a demographics perspective, is it predominantly East or still, or is it pan-India?
No, outside also, outside East also.
Very nice. So that's the power of virtual.
Yeah, that is true. And there is some participation from Bangladesh, right, Sumit? Yeah, though small, but there is a participation from Eastern countries.
Generally, we do get. So we'll go live now.
Yeah, we can go live, Sumit. There are still 2 minutes for 2:30 though. But if you say so, we can go live.
So let me start at the beginning. So welcome everyone back to the second half of the day one of the 20th ICT East. So we must thank all the participants who are logged in. Thanks all the speakers who have joined with us in the morning, also now. And now before we start the session, I must thank all the sponsors first. The Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Presenting sponsor is the Oracle. Digital transformation sponsor, VMware. This program is supported by SCPI and Webel. Virtual platform sponsor, ITC Infotech. Technology sponsor, Cisco. Education sponsor, JIS Group. Silver sponsor, Accenture. Technical sponsor, PwC. Associate sponsor, Dassault and Infinity. Cloud sponsors, AWS and Capgemini. Data sponsor, HPE. E-commerce sponsor, M-Junction. Skill sponsors, Cognizant, Sister Nivedita University, and SaaS sponsor, BMC Software. So thank you all the sponsors. So now we would have the session on cloud transformation beyond infrastructure as a service. So we have with us the session moderator, Mr. Vinay Verma, MD and CEO, M-Junction Services Limited. We have the panelist, Mr. Rajesh Avasthi, Head Cloud and MHS Tata Communications Limited. Ms. Rachna Nath, Executive Director and Head, Microsoft Consulting Services. Mr. Dhaval Pandya, Corporate CIO, Piramal Enterprises Limited. Mr. Gaurav Agarwal, Senior Director, Enterprise Sales, VMware India. Mr. Kapil Makhija, Head, Technology Cloud Business, Oracle India. Ms. Indu Malhotra, Vice President, Cloud Infrastructure Services India, Capgemini. And Mr. Sridhar Narayan, Digital Leader, Adobe India. With that, I hand over to Mr. Verma for taking the proceedings forward. Over to you, Mr. Verma.
Thank you, Shumit. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 20th edition of ICT East. Today, we are meeting to discuss about cloud transformation beyond infrastructure as a service. As Sumit mentioned, my name is Vinay Verma. I am Managing Director of M Junction Services, which operates B2B e-commerce platforms that connects more than 3 lakh businesses to buy and sell from each other. And the value of transactions since the inception of this company is in excess of 20 billion US dollars, which according to the media makes M Junction the largest B2B e-commerce company in India today. I'm very happy to be among all of you. And I must start this panel discussion by sharing a personal story. Till few years ago, whenever we had a visitor to our office, we had never failed to arrange a visit to our in-premises data center. We were very proud of our in-premises data center. However, as I speak, we are on cloud today, and I'm very surprised in terms of how quickly our mindset changed from considering our data center as a key asset to, if I would say, a liability. And however, I'm very sure that we are not alone. Many organizations such as ours have made this journey, and there are many more for whom migration to cloud transformation is a key priority. Companies such as us have discovered that moving to cloud has made it easier for them to deliver services efficiently, engage with their customers, and manage their business operations. However, there are apprehensions associated in terms of making this transformation, making this journey, and there are indeed, challenges, if I were to use that word, associated with cloud transformation. So I'm very happy, Sumit, that you have selected such a topic which is so relevant in current times, and more important than that, you have been able to get a very eclectic panel to discuss about this. We have people from advisory, who advise companies, who provide consulting services to organizations in terms of cloud transformation. We have many of the panelists who have experience in helping organizations make this journey. They are supporting the organizations in cloud transformation. And we also have, actual users, to talk about their experience in terms of how they have, managed, this journey. So I'm sure that in the next, 90 minutes that we have, we will be able to talk about this subject in detail. And I'm sure the participants, who have logged in for this session would go back with solid takeaways. One word, to all the audience who are there, that we will take questions, towards the end. I understand that this platform does provide a mechanism for you to type in your question, so that we can share your query, your question with our eminent panelist. So with those words, I'm going to invite Rachna Nath. Rachna, it would help if you were to share with all of us in terms of what should be the key considerations for an organization when they evaluate cloud transformation.
Sure. So first of all, Vinay, thank you so much to you, Sumit, CII, for having me here. I've been associated with this when I used to live in Calcutta, and it's always very nice to be able to come back. It's like home for me. Coming to your question, I actually would divide this entire answer into two. One I see is tactical, the other is a little strategic. But let me start with the strategic first. I think, the kind of change that we've seen as far as digital is concerned, and Satya says that very often, that what we were expecting to happen in 2 to 3 years actually happened in 2 months, possibly, just after COVID hit out here. I think the first, consideration or thinking that a company needs to do is that why do they want to go to cloud, first of all, and cloud today might seem like, a no-brainer. You have to be there, and you told us about your own journey, Vinay. But I think why go out there at all? The second, I think a few things that we generally, don't seem to consider whenever we think about it is that, like we used to say, data is the new oil. You have a lot of these, companies going to the cloud without thinking how their, data residency, actually the regulation is impacting that. So for example, let's say you have pharma, you have BFSI, you have all of that happening. And with the now government getting a little stricter about where the data will reside, that becomes a very, very important, consideration out here. The third thing that I really wanted to talk about within the strategic, decision per se is actually, how it gives me the competitiveness. Look, today most of the companies are actually, either digital native or, moving to digital out here. And I don't want to be left behind saying that, okay, by the way, my competition actually was able to do it faster than I was able to take something to the market out here. And I think the last thing which I'm seeing, there was a time when we used to talk about, the war for talent. And some of this back. Ever since digital has happened, I know I was just going I would to go around this particular table, everybody would say that their time in front of the computer has really increased. It is not only because we have so much which has just all of a sudden landed on our table. It is also because there is a rush to be able to get the right of type of talent and also skill that talent to be able to do that. So that's a little bit of a strategic thinking. Why do I want to be on the cloud? Am I taking into consideration the regulatory aspect of it? The third is it getting me competitive, in the market, helping me, build new business models as well. And the last is, if I was to do it all on my own, would I have the talent available to be, do that? The second part is actually, more tactical, like I said. One would get to the cloud for, let's say, the first category would be to make sure that there's availability, scalability, and elasticity. Now, availability and scalability are always something that we've had when we talk, on-prem. But what cloud has actually done is given our customers the ability to be elastic. Elastic means, I need some resources today and I don't need them tomorrow. So can I pull my resources, like elastic and reduce it, at the same time? The second category I personally feel is that agility and reach. How agile am I if I am on the cloud? What does it give me in terms of, let's say, how fast will it get me productive? And the second is, what is the kind of reach, including the global reach it will give me? And the third category under that is obviously the security compliance, aspect of it. Now, cloud is actually built, designed with security in mind. And unlike a lot of people thinking that, cloud is not secure enough, today, cloud is actually more secure than having anything, on-prem. And it obviously, gives you the flexibility of having a disaster recovery, DR site and all of that. And I think the last most important thing for me when I start talking tactical is it actually helps me actually predict my cash flow better. I know that I've signed a deal as a customer, let's say, with somebody, I know what my cash flow will look like. So my, experience is that we need to think about both these points, strategic, like I mentioned. And the second is that when I am going into the cloud, what am I leveraging that will help me get more competitive in the market? So use the benefit of the cloud per se.
So thank you, Rachna. I think you pointed out in terms of the importance of governance or regulations regarding data residency as a key criteria, which I would guess, which would be in terms of making a choice of the cloud service provider. Is that correct, Rachna? Did I get it
Yeah, of
correct?
course. Yes, absolutely. In fact, for some of the companies who are highly regulated, this is a very, very important aspect.
Okay. I'm
And
not
why
too
would I
sure.
want to do it on my own? Because regulation changes much, much faster, always.
Okay. I'm not too sure, Rachna, whether I did understand, the point about war for talent very well. Would you like to just, maybe help me on that?
Sure. So I think, if you go around, and I was just reading a survey, just as a reference for this particular panel discussion that we are having. And I realized that 85% of the CIOs today are saying that they are going digital, right? They are, and the pace of the digital is much, much more than they had anticipated. Now, when I talk about the war for talent, think about it. I am a company, let's say a manufacturing company, right? And I need, let's say, 200 people, 100 people, or even 50 people to run an infrastructure out here, right?
Okay.
While companies like the ones who are in this panel discussion are actually going very aggressively to, sort of ramp up their own talent because they want to service the customer who's going at double their pace, right? So there's a war of talent, and you will see skilling hence becoming very, very, critical for the industry as a whole.
Okay, so that was very helpful, Rachna. I thank you, Rachna. I'm now going to move to Gaurav, Mr. Gaurav Agarwal. Gaurav, you have been in this space, for many, many years. Now, based on your experience, is there, a good time for an enterprise to move to cloud? When is a good time for an enterprise to move to cloud? Let me put it this way.
So thank you, Vinay. And again, thank you, CII, for getting me on the panel and giving us the opportunity to speak. So Vinay, a great question that when is a good time? And I think there's always a good time. So to do something as transformation. Rachna did mention some of points as skills, agility, variable workloads, DR, strategy. I think I would want to focus on two, right? Based on our experience, I've seen people look at cloud very seriously. Other than what Rachna mentioned is when they've had a problem with data center resiliency. So we worked with some large customers who, for whatever reason, and they may be skills, they may be power outages, they may be issues, and have had issues in basic data center resiliency, and that has forced them to relook at the fact that can they really depend on their own data center? And today, whether you're an SME or a large enterprise, cloud allows a David versus a Goliath fight to happen, right? You have the same level playing field on a tier 4 quality data center that you can use to fight the battle as long as you have the right capability to address your customers. But I think the most important point in today's context, and I would not have said this perhaps 18 months back or 12 months back, is what is happening on the application modernization front in the industry today. You see, for example, and I have to chide myself in the IT industry. Honestly, we've been operating like the 1980s MTNL DOT telephone industry of the world, where, for example, if a business needs to make a call, you'll apply for a telephone connection, which comes to you after 1 year or 6 months, and you're waiting for it. So now if a business user, say, wants a campaign that needs to get rolled out, the way organizations have been currently designed using their application stack and the data center stack is somebody in your IT will say, okay, I'll need hardware. The other guy will say, okay, even if I have hardware, by the time I write the code, the monolith application that exists will not be able to do any changes, and I'll have to do the change God knows how many places. I'll have to involve the ISV, and it's a 6 months to a 9 months project minimum that you're looking at from production. And by then, the impact of that campaign is over. So what we are seeing in the market is a big move to this concept which is called as ideation to production in hours versus months, right? How can you reduce the path to production in a manner
So thank you, Gaurav, and actually that reminded me in terms of my own experience. Many years ago, I started to engage with my CIO that, I keep hearing about, this cloud, and, why don't you look at cloud. And I will be frank, I was actually met with a lot of resistance. No, you see, our demand is not very, elastic. It's a stable demand. So, cloud may not be very, helpful. And when we have problems, it's so easy to just walk into the data center and just set things right. And actually, I don't know whether it happened for good or bad that, when the refresh of, our servers, came up, and that was a big refresh, I said, okay, why don't look at, you set up a team and look at it very, very closely. And the next thing that I came to know that, the tech team was actually chasing me in terms of, moving to cloud. It made a lot of sense in terms of, economics. And actually at that point in time, I wasn't aware in terms of, what you just mentioned in terms of app modernization, which we had to take up. And that's something that I will talk about, maybe, as the discussion progress. But exactly, on this point in terms of, for an enterprise, and I'm sure there are lots of enterprises which are running in-premises data center. What is the starting point? What is the approach, that an organization should take? Should they go whole hog? Should they go for hybrid? These are some of the questions that, is there with, many organizations. And to throw light on those questions, I'm going to invite Indu, to share her experience and, her perspective in terms of how should organizations make this transition.
Thank you so much, Vinay. Thank you so much, Vinay, and thank you, Sumit and CII, for this forum, this wonderful discussion. So I think very interesting question as to what are the key considerations, right? I mean, we have briefly touched upon the fact that the entire digital explosion, the rate of business change, the expectation of flexibility, agility, and elasticity, and the pandemic, all of these have been huge contributing factors for the overall cloud essentially exploding, the cloud demand exploding exponentially, right? Especially in the last 18 months to 2 years, where we have had millions of workforce just switching into a remote workforce. Needless to say, today, nobody is asking why cloud, everybody knows that we have to adopt cloud. And 80% of the enterprises, as Rachna was talking about, have already adopted cloud in some form or the other. Now, the important aspect is how do we reap the benefits of cloud, right? And if I reflect back on any of the enterprises, and when you talked about your experience as well, so any enterprise has their own on-premise data center, and they have made certain investments and therefore also certain lock-ins, whether it is in terms of, infrastructure, licenses, and so on and so forth. And those investments hold true for a particular period of time. Also the refresh cycles, right? They're the right time to look at what is a new change and when do we do that. But having said that, I think the regulatory compliance, where your data resides, are also key contributing factors to make the decision about when and what to move to cloud. Therefore, for any enterprise to start the migration journey, it is important that they do a very thorough assessment of their as-is environment. Right. For example, in Capgemini, we have a tool called EAPM, which does a complete assessment of the existing environment and comes up with a business case on what to move to which cloud and how. Because obviously, as a service provider, we would be cloud agnostic. So you could have certain set of applications which are much, better sitting on Oracle OCI, and others might be more suitable, because of the Microsoft stack on Azure and so on and so forth. So it gives a complete mapping of what your customer or your enterprise applications, where they should reside in the target state, right? At the same time, it gives you a prioritization of your migration. So how do you migrate? Do I do a lift and shift? Do I do refactoring? Do I do application modernization? And what would be the cost considerations of all of these? Because at the end of the day, the cost and the risk appetite of any customer is quite important when you want to do a migration, right? So accordingly, the decisions can be made that at this point of time, I have the appetite for doing application modernization because anyway, this application was supposed to retire. So I will start a new project and take this as an opportunity. And therefore, I would have something called as cloud first, which is basically all the new applications and workloads move to cloud and they are born in cloud. You set up the entire application using the cloud native tools, using microservices, APIs, containers, and actually reap the benefit of cloud in true sense. So that is one aspect. At the same time, the other aspect that needs to be considered and sometimes we shy away from is the lift and shift model. So the reason why I'll just talk about it, though our entire session is about beyond IS, but many times you have a data center exit on a very predefined date, right? You might be in a contract and by end of the year, you have to exit out of the data center. In which case, if you take on a task of doing a complete transformation of your application landscape, the enterprise applications will not be ready for that kind of cloud migration. You cannot do a refactoring of the application, in which case a lift and shift gives a breathing space to allow for a well thought through transformation and cloud modernization program, right? So you can lift and shift IaaS into the cloud world and then continue parallelly with your application modernizations. And that's where you can get the benefit of just using infrastructure as a service and then continue to do the application modernization. So that's the second path that you have from a application modernization, refactoring, and lift and shift perspective. But in my experience, in addition to this entire technology transformation, right, which is the primary focus of cloud, it has to be linked to the business transformation. So it has to be linked to business goals. At the end of the day, it is about the organization change management. It is about the technology change management. The security policies have to be defined. Operations have to be ready to take on the new way of working. The application teams have to operate in an agile model. So it's an end-to-end spectrum which needs to be revisited. So what we have seen in our experience at the onset of the migration, it is best to set up a cross-functional team, which constitutes of business, technology, and operations, right? All these elements are brought together and they are the cloud champions, and they help define the roadmap for cloud migration, which is in alignment with the business. And that is where we see most success and the impact of cloud migration and the benefit being transferred to the customer as soon as possible. With that, over to you, Vinay.
Yeah, so thank you, Indu. That was very, very, helpful. A very quick, point, you mentioned about a tool that, Capgemini has in terms of, building a roadmap, for cloud transformation in terms of prioritization and, of different, applications. So is it part of the service, or is how quick can an organization expect, to get results, from this particular tool?
So there are, so this is an assessment tool which allows you to, and depending on the scale and size of the enterprise, the assessment can be done in 4 to 10 weeks. It depends on the landscape. And based on that, the entire report is generated. I think what is interesting and quite important to note, it also has industry blueprints and use cases already embedded in it. So therefore, it is able to give a more appropriate roadmap from a migration point of view. At the same time, I think it's quite, just to add to that point is the migration aspect. So while we're doing the migration, you tend to pay for both your on-premise data center and cloud, which means double the expenses, if not higher. And therefore, an accelerated migration is quite important. So in addition to the assessment portfolio, there's also a cloud migration factory, which accelerates the entire migration journey, right from lift and shift to refactoring and application modernization. And that accelerates and gives the benefit back to the client as soon as possible.
Thank you, Indu. I'm not sure whether Mr. Dhaval has joined. Sumit? Yeah, okay. Okay, so welcome, to the panel discussion, Mr. Pandya. For some reason, your name is not appearing at. Okay, no, it is. I've pinned the cursor there. So, Mr. Pandya, you're in a unique, your position in this panel discussion is that you represent a user. You represent an organization which I understand has, made progress as far as cloud transformation is concerned. And we have so far heard, Indu, we have heard Rachna. Both of them are in terms of, in the business of advising organizations in terms of making this transition. We heard Gaurav. Now it would be nice to hear your perspective, and I want you to share your experience in terms of what were your expectations when you decided to move to cloud. What were your considerations? How did you go about evaluating, your partner? Please do share, your experience with all of us.
Thanks a lot, Vinay, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Extremely pertinent thoughts being shared earlier by, Rachna, Indu, all of them. So, yeah. So more often than not, when you start the conversation around cloud, the first factor that is always sounding for it is cost, and the first factor that always tries to push it down is security. Unfortunately, that still remains a conversation, and Rachna also highlighted this, that while security is a prime concern, in fact, the applications on cloud today tend to be more secure compared to your on-premises one. So unfortunately, the discussions still stem around those, and they tend to be the primary considerations whenever you're talking about a cloud transformation. But something that we consciously try to do is that, just like we would have a business case for, say, taking on a project or an application, we would also want to see what would be the business case for deploying or the mode of deployment of that application, and what are the options available on course. And the moment you do that, what happens is what Indu was mentioning is that you are then looking at a business outcome. So the decision then becomes a factor of, are you solving a business problem, or are you at least trying to help solve a business problem, if not directly? So for example, if I'm talking about an artifact which is say customer facing or market facing, in that case, I'm always looking at my availability and reach as a primary criterion when I'm talking about that artifact being live in the market. So how is cloud going to help me address that issue? That becomes a discussion point. And then we talk about, what could be the deployment models and what could be the method in which that application needs to be built. So if you look at the traditional application lifecycle of design, build, test, deploy, and support or run, what would be the key considerations as far as that application is concerned in each of these phases? And does cloud help either solve that or support a particular initiative in that particular phase, and that it accumulates to a score as to what could be the pros and cons of going on cloud vis-a-vis on-premise. So it's no longer just a security and a cost consideration. Having said that, security becomes a very important criteria, because I think most places where people do fail is that in the first place, they do not have a security posture itself for a class of applications. They may have it for infrastructure at large, but for a class of application that may not be there, and then it becomes an unrealistic expectation or demand when the cloud discussion comes to the fore. So if you have a clear security posture that you want to adhere to, and you will run it by with the cloud service provider, and then you see as to how we can help you either better it or meet it at the bare minimum, then that becomes one of the key expectations that we are talking about. Cost is always there, yes, but cost also becomes a factor of how well you can predict the application performance and utilization in the visible future. For example, can I predict my user base very accurately? Can I predict my uptime very well? Can I look at the frames can I look at the amount of content that I'm going to distribute over these channels and the primary modes? So cost becomes an important factor. So then there is a fixed part, a semi-variable part, and a variable part to it. So how well are you able to articulate those artifacts when it comes to the cost considerations? So that becomes another discussion. When you talk about the expectations from the cloud from the cloud service provider, I think compliance tends to be one of the biggest criterion, because right today data and the GDPR and the laws around it are such that there is no room for faltering. And how well can your service provider be able to cater that, keeping not just the regulatory aspects of it, but also the customer expectations, which are not necessarily written as a law. But the customers do expect some kind of regulatory facets around the data that is being held. So that is one of the primary considerations as far as we are concerned when we look at the cloud transformation. And at the same time, what is the vision for the application becomes very important. So, for example, it is very nice to say that you're moving to cloud, but is it really built with a distributed computing in mind? Is the architecture built on microservices, right? Does it gel well with the rest of the application stack that you have? And then which cloud service provider to move to becomes a consideration, rather than going the other way around, that we want to move to cloud and then look to retrofit it. For example, if I'm going to invest in a technology which largely say is going to process a lot of multimedia, audio, video, images, that kind of content, then GPU becomes a prime consideration. So then in that case, how well is my service provider be able to provide not just the GPU facets to it, but provide it in an elastic manner, like Rashmi was saying. Otherwise, it becomes a cost discussion again. So that is one. Am I going to invest in say a technology like AI and ML? Am I looking at edge computing for a particular artifact? And how well is my service provider able to provide these facets of the deployment? So these become some of the key criterions when we are talking about, apart from the normal ones which you talk about. Normally, for example, what is going to be my portion of manageability? Once I move to the cloud, what are my roles and responsibility? What is my support aspect? In the normal RACI that we talk about, what is my how much of my plate is going away to the service provider, and what kind of resources and skilling then I need to look at once I'm in that particular environment, right? Service levels obviously is always there, and you can add any number of nines after the decimal, and it really doesn't matter unless and until it really passes the test actually in the market. So service level is there, escalation management, you talk about all those things. So those are the primary, and I think they have become table stakes now. And I think the discussion is more towards how cloud can become a differentiator for a company, how cloud can help you build applications which will provide you a sustainable competitive advantage vis-a-vis your competition or market. Can it actually take you, say, 3 or 4 years ahead of competition by using certain artifacts or certain means or engagement which only a cloud technology can offer? So I think these are some of the expectations and some of the considerations that we look at when we are talking about the cloud transformation. Lastly, it has to be a part of a roadmap. Very importantly, it does not have to be a knee-jerk. So it is okay to not be cloud first, very clearly. The application itself needs to have a roadmap where you can look at milestones and then see at what point in time exactly does cloud fit in as a natural option. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to add here.
So thank you, Dhaval, for sharing actually a comprehensive, list of all the criteria, considerations that, that would go in terms of, decision on cloud, and also with respect in terms of, what type of, cloud that, you would, go for. And especially, the bit about, looking at what type of application, what type of technology that you intend to use. So that was very useful. But I'm actually I'm still held up on this point that you mentioned, and you mentioned it a couple of times, that while there were a lot of pull towards cloud, security was something that was you had to think, you actually had to think twice and give a much more thought before you made that transformation or migration. So on that point, I'm going to request couple heads the cloud business at Oracle, and I'm sure couple is very well positioned to talk about his perspective in terms of when organizations are looking at security or they're concerned about the security. What would be your response, couple, to that?
Yeah, I think thanks, Mr. Vinay, for the opportunity. And I agree with Vinay, with Mr. Pandya also, in fact, on the security point. In fact, if I talk about cloud, we have seen tremendous growth in last few years, and it has, in fact, further exploded during the pandemic and after the pandemic, if I can say so, that the worst phase is sort of over. But we are still seeing that only maybe 20% of the workloads have moved to cloud yet. And I think onus is on us, like cloud service providers. Onus is on the ecosystem. Onus is on the industry, sort of to instill confidence in our users, in the organization, to move towards cloud. Because I think it's important for us to understand the needs, the challenges they have been facing, the concerns they have. Security definitely is one aspect which needs an attention from all cloud service providers, because that's the first concern which comes in everybody's mind. But there's some other factors as well. For example, a lot of our customers out here, they've been asking for some flexibility around deployment. Today, if I talk about Oracle, we have 2 data centers in the country, both in 2 different seismic zones. One is in Mumbai, other is in Hyderabad. Both are in a different seismic zone, MITRE certified. These are out of these 30 data centers we have across the globe, but still our customers need some deployment choices as well. And some of these regulatory requirements, and because of the security concerns which regulator raise many a times. So that's the flexibility customer has been asking for, because they don't want some of these customer data, some of these regulatory requirement data, not to move out of their data center. This data has to reside within their premise. This has to reside within their data center. And that's the flexibility they look forward to, because they want to have some of their application working out of their data center itself, but they still want the flexibility of cloud, because obviously they can move some of these applications to public cloud, and it has to work seamlessly to deliver value to the business. Customers have also been talking about the connected data centers, because they have realized, and all organizations over a period of time has realized that maybe everybody needs a multi-cloud environment, and they want maybe fewer cloud service providers which are trusted, which can be trusted, and they can actually provide an end-to-end solution to them in terms of various workloads to be managed by the same service provider. For example, if I talk about Microsoft workload or Oracle workload for that matter, VMware workload, we work with Gaurav in many of the enterprises together. Those workloads can be seamlessly managed, ServiceNow workloads. So all that can be actually managed through a trusted service provider. That's what customer has been talking about. Another point which came into discussion about these service level agreements, it's really important that organizations get some financially backed SLAs. And one of my colleagues just mentioned that just adding 9 beyond a dot might not help. And that's what we have seen, a resistance for customers moving to cloud. SLAs are really important to be given, not only just around availability, but it has to go beyond that. We should talk about the performance, the monitoring aspect as well, because just availability of service might not add value to the business, because end customer experience is really, really important. And if that end customer is not getting that required experience, then this availability is of no use. And this has to be financially backed. CSP skin has to be in the game to provide those services. Another area where customers have been coming back and saying that we still get limited flexibility with cloud, and they have been expecting fully autonomous services. We have been there in database space since years. In fact, we've been part of almost all large data centers since last 4 decades. If I talk about every enterprise company today, be it banks, telecom companies, they by default run Oracle database and other technologies. So they understand the challenges which are there for a mission critical workload. And they generally come back to us and they say that we need truly autonomous services because we don't want to do the patching of their database. We don't want to do the upgrade, backup, because that's the time failure happens most of the time. Whenever there is a manual intervention, we want to get rid of this manual intervention altogether. So they want a truly self-driving, self-securing architecture for almost all their services. So there has been a lot of concerns being raised about it. And one of the points which got discussed in the discussion today about the pricing, because initially when some of our customers moved to cloud, they thought that they'll get a lot of cost benefit moving to cloud. But I think that has not yielded results over a period of time. This has exceeded their TCO analysis in last 2-3 years. And that's the reason maybe they have not been able to move other workloads in cloud. So I think transparency is really key in this business. There are a lot of factors which comes into picture. Network egress cost becomes sometimes very significant, and that becomes a deterrent for many customers, many organizations to move to cloud. Customers ideally expect per second billing now. It's no more about per month, per year billing. It's not about per hour billing. They expect per second billing. They also expect flexi shapes for whatever services they use. Even if it's a core, they want a percentage of core instead of the entire core to be built to them. So these are some of the factors I think if we start taking care of, there is tremendous growth for all the organizations out here. And I think those days are not far off when maybe our next generation is going to talk about that. If there is any cloud world ever existed a decade before, I think we're going to see that phase very soon, the kind of transition we are seeing towards cloud.
Thank you, Kapil. Lots of very interesting point, especially the point about user experience, and that's I'm going to ask Sridhar for that. But before that, before Sridhar, before that, let's take a step let's just step out from this. Let's request Mr. Avasthi to to bring in an industry perspective in terms of does cloud make sense for specific industries? Does it make sense for MSME? What are the businesses which should actually look at cloud as a key priority? Mr. Avasthi.
Thank you, Vinay, and thank you, CII, for giving this opportunity. See, from Tata Communication perspective as a service provider, we've been working with our customers and we've seen the cloud adoption increasing in all industry verticals. So it's not limited to certain industry verticals, it is going across. We've seen even BFSI segment, which is highly regulated, also now coming on board onto the cloud environment. And that is a good thing that we see where regulators are coming with their recommendations on what the customers in that particular segment should look at when they are getting into. So if I talk about specifically in BFSI, RBI has come with a guideline for urban cooperative banks in case they are looking for cloud services. What are some of the things which they should be looking at? And Dhaval spoke about security concern. They've also stated that when you're looking at these services, SLAs are important, but don't forget it's going to be a shared responsibility model. So you can't wash away your hands stating that I've now put it on cloud and it is cloud service provider who's responsible for the security of that environment. Yes, the infrastructure security is something which has to be taken up by the cloud or the CSP that you're working with. They need to have all the certifications required from a regulation perspective. But in the end, it is your data. and you need to make sure that you are fully in that engagement. So that's the kind of engagement that we are seeing. So the reason I took an example of an urban cooperative bank is because they would fit into that MSME segment that we are talking about, where a regulated industry, but a customer which is in the SME segment is also getting into the cloud. I think from an MSME perspective, it becomes all the more sense for them to look at cloud, because these are companies which are startup companies or companies who have reached a certain stage. For them, it is important to focus on their core business and not run data center. Data center is, or the business applications are there to support their business, not the other way around. So for them, it makes a lot of sense to look at the cloud service providers. And I've seen in SME segment, if there are services which are available, customers prefer going for a software as a service rather than looking at an infrastructure as a service, because they don't want to have even application management guys within their environments. However, when you talk about a mid-market or a large enterprise customers, they have varied requirements, and maybe one SaaS provider or two SaaS providers cannot meet that requirement. And you would agree that in most of the customer segments today, most of us are using some cloud services services. A lot of customers have migrated their messaging systems to Microsoft Azure, M365 services from Microsoft. We see a lot of companies using SuccessFactors or an equivalent for HR management. So those kind of services are being consumed. So people have been putting their important data on the cloud environment only. What we need to look at when we are engaging in these engagements is to see the mindset that we had, where earlier it was, I will own the asset and then I will manage this. Now it should be more on what is the SLA that I need to meet the end objective that we have, and then look at services consumption based on that. Right? So that is something which I believe is going to become very important from our side. I'll take an example of our internal cloud adoption, and we being a telecom provider which is into B2B space, unlike most of the other telecom providers who are into B2C space, where there were very few organizations who had done digital transformation for a B2B telecom operator. And that was a concern that we had. So we took that decision that, okay, we will look at doing that ourselves. And one of the things which we did, and I think Indu did touch upon that point, that when you're making a decision to go on board on cloud, it is important that you have all the stakeholders involved in that decision. And you need to look outside in view on how your processes need to be to support that digital transformation or the business transformation that you're working on. And that becomes very important. And in that scheme of things, how cloud would enable some of those things is something which would make sure that you have a right cloud strategy, rather than just looking, okay, I will do everything on cloud first. I think Dhaval spoke about that. It's not that you straight away talk cloud first. You should look at what is the business plan that you have, what is the transformation that you're looking at, and does cloud enable that in that journey is something which is very important. I know I went around, but this is across the industries is what we have seen getting adopted.
So thanks, Rajesh. That was actually very, useful, especially, the point that you made in terms of it's important to have SLAs rather than, own assets. And I'm going to, maybe I'm going to ask Sridhar to, to also respond, on that. But before that, Sridhar, could you share your views as far as customer experience is concerned, especially with regard to the cloud is concerned? I heard a couple talk about that. So over to you, Sridhar.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, CII and Vinay, for this wonderful opportunity to speak on this forum. Today we are here because of cloud, right? All of us are together. That's a premise on which I want to start. I think it's easy to say that cloud is touching all of us in some form and shape or the other, right? Be it what is the service provider, whoever that could be. If you look at us, we were very proud of information age. As per my assessment, suddenly we moved into a customer-centric age, right? When I mean to say customer-centric age, today, customer is right in the middle. The entire thing is getting defined around him, especially post-pandemic, right? So the pandemic brought about three things for customers as a fear, as per some of the research that I've read about. The first one is life. Individuals wanted to secure their lives. Second one is security. They wanted to help secure the others in case of some eventuality. The third one is convenience, right? Let me talk about more about convenience in the era of the customer age. Today, all the customers want convenience at the hands of doorstep. They want to be much more productive. That is where cloud comes into picture, right? That's where organizations are today imagining putting customer right in the middle, extending to what Rajesh sir said about, the business strategy. What's the strategy? Customer is right in the middle today, and you're defining everything around the customer. You're pivoting all the services around the customer today. Now, cloud is making it very easy for us. The fact that, I'll give you a few examples. Few years ago, a simple gene mapping would have taken about a month, right? Today we have a kind of a compute power that we have, it gets done in a few hours, right? How is it possible? It's all due to cloud, right? I'll give you a much more simple example. Like this is out of my field as well from Adobe, but all of us have heard of robotic surgeries. What does robotic surgery do? It is in a split second, it is able to give doctors a decision making on the operation table for them to make a few decisions. Now, what happens behind is humongous amount of data, which is getting churned, which is getting processed, which is absolutely making decisions, right? So connecting back to what Rachna said, this very interesting conversation. Pardon me if I'm going all over the place. Computer science is going to become a horizontal day by day. This is my prediction, right? Pure sciences are going to take over in the sense the people who are going to do mathematical models, people who can do much more mathematical models and things like that. Writing code will become common because of the fact that there are enough no code, low code, as what Gaurav said, right? Enough platforms available. Pure sciences will take over the world today. Today, we are talking about in a world where people are hiring more often the creative, the arts background people, right? That is where the design thinking comes into picture. Pure sciences is going to come into the forefront. So coming back to cloud, about cloud, right? So if you look at cloud today, gone are the terabytes. We're talking about exabytes, zettabytes, yottabytes, right? That's the area in which the amount of data getting generated. Now, when we put customer right in the middle, and if you want to offer experience, in Adobe, we look at it from three forms. What are the things that are required for you to offer experience for the customer? The first one is data, second one is content, and third one is commerce, right? Data, when we mean to say, how can I serve this customer real time? Right? What is it that required for me to serve this customer real time? I have booked a taxi. I don't know the location where the taxi is going to come. What is it doing? The cloud is going ahead and computing all the data and across and giving you real-time information that your cab is going to reach at this time. For example, content. There's huge amount of content getting generated across the globe, right? Is that content relevant to me is a big question. When I log into my particular website and looking at Amazon, it should give me the content that I browsed last time. Otherwise, it's a waste of time for me or any other portal for that matter, right? So content plays an extremely important role on what I've seen, how I want to make a decision, right? And the third one is about commerce. I want everything to happen digitally today. That's where the convenience part of it also comes in. So there are so many examples of how organizations have gone ahead and transformed today in this world. Some of the simple ones could be that, see, I'm not an expert at moving infrastructure to cloud and things like that, but the fact is, I want to talk about what happens on the cloud today and how people are able to leverage that compute power. This gives me a nice opportunity to share this quote. Way back in 2007, 2008, one of the IIM professors quoted stating that, Sridhar, compute will be available through a text box. All you have to do is go ahead and request for compute through a text box. That's the era we live in, right? Compute power is available today. What you do with it, how you offer a customer experience, how you solve some of the real-time problems, right, is what today the era that we are in. So on the same lines, why do customers want experience today? Today, there's an overload of content, overload of data, right? Everybody wants it to be personalized because we don't have time. So we are open to brands telling them that, hey, know me. This is what I want. Personalize me. Whoever personalizes me is when I would do business with, right? Whoever has understood last time what I browsed and helped me saying that, this last time you saw this, would you be interested in this? That's where I'll take my conversation forward. I'm not going to go ahead and start from all over again from my previous session to current session, right? So that's the era we live in. The third part of it is in terms of, going ahead and digitizing the last mile of it. See, a lot of things we do is also that I call this as explainable transformation, right? Digital transformation is a huge topic, but if everybody across the organization is able to explain a transformation in a simple word, in a simple few words, that's where you're leading digital transformation, no matter what. For that matter, one of the simplest transformation which happened during this pandemic was digitizing signatures. A very simple solution. Organizations have gone ahead and brought it out where all the signatories were spread out. They were not at a common place, right? You put this, we have a nice signature tool wherein you put the contract document onto a tool. There is a workflow which is defined, who needs to sign first, who needs to sign second, including Aadhaar authentication. This is where the services of government also comes together in a restricted, secure environment where people are able to authenticate through Aadhaar and do a signature, right? Now, this is one of the simplest examples of how transformation could happen. We could also talk about the most complex examples, but we live in an era where I think all of these events have converged over the last 10 years and they are reshaping our future, right? They're absolutely reshaping our future and taking us in a very, very convenient time frame in future as far as cloud and compute is concerned.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you. Thank you for bringing out, the aspect of, user experience, personalization, in this discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 3:30, close to 3:30, and we have about maybe 15, 20 minutes, more, in this panel discussion, because I can see that there are some questions which have come in. So, but we are not yet done with this topic, this subject as yet. So I'm going to ask some very, quick questions. I'm going to start with Rachna. Rachna, very specifically, because I've, come across this, query from many of the organization. Should they tie up with one cloud service provider? Should they have multiple cloud service providers? Very quickly, what is your view, on that?
So on a lighter note, I wish I could say, just tie on to Microsoft and that should, be it. But, Vinay, it's a little bit like, the question that we used to ask ourselves, should I take best of breed product? Should I take, stick with only one product? When we used to talk about ERP, long back. It's something like that out here as well. And I think I surprised myself when I realized that, majority of the customers across the world, specifically in fact outside India, the data that I had actually have a multi-cloud strategy. And the reasons are varying. One is that some of them don't want to just stick to one cloud provider, and they want to de-risk their business, saying that, okay, I can't put all my eggs in one basket, and this is my de-risking policy out there. The others could be just staying with one cloud, saying that the other cloud actually competes with me in the market, right? So that's a lot of business strategy, when you're talking about that. The third could be where they say that, okay, I will just stick to one cloud, is when you're looking for economic of scale. You're saying that, okay, I have this business, I can drive a better deal, with somebody, so I stick to, one cloud. Then, you could have customers coming back and saying that my business requires me to be on multiple clouds, because suppose one of them fails over, I can actually use the other, from a business continuity perspective. But, we at MCS not only do advisory, Vinay, we also implement for our customer. So I'll give you some very on-hand conversations which are happening with customers today. And when they are talking to us in building out the architecture, for them, they are saying, I want it containerized. And what that means is that put everything into a container, my apps, my code, everything out there. So if tomorrow I want to port my entire code from one to the other cloud, I can do it. And that for me is one of the most significant sign of, when you ask me this question, should they be a single cloud or should you consider multi-cloud? It totally depends upon what the business requirements are, how you are seeing your own business strategy, evolve over a period of time. So like I said, it could be because you're on a single cloud or on two clouds and not more than that, because, one of the cloud is your competition. The second could be, I want to de-risk my business. I don't want to put everything on, in one basket. The third could be, no, by the way, I can actually drive economic of scale if I really want to, I was to put all my eggs in one basket. So I think there's no single answer to it. In my mind, companies are driving it based on their own business strategy. Having said that, they're also building their application for multi-cloud. While they might be on a single cloud, they just want to, future-proof their own, let's say, assets out there, and they are building for that.
Thank you, Rachna. Now, I have a question which I can't ask, Rachna, and I don't think I can ask many people on this panel, so I'm going to ask Gaurav. Gaurav, what do you suggest, should an enterprise take advisory on the cloud migration from cloud service provider, or those who are not cloud service providers?
A very difficult question to answer, Vinay. But for example, I think everybody here on the panel, whether it's my friend Kapil, Rachna, all organizations have capability to offer some form and sort of advisory services to our clients that are crucial to us, etc. I think the answer lies in, for example, and I think Indu made that comment that, say, for example, if you are right now not looking at application modernization, and that seems to be a very long journey away, if you're looking at lift and shift, I think analyzing where your workloads are today and how can you do a lift and shift fast enough, and therefore taking the right partner so that you minimize the journey to get there is great. If you're doing, for example, a lot of Microsoft-based applications where Microsoft has great expertise in how to move them, what to stay on-prem, using the same services from Microsoft makes sense. So again, like the way I think Rachna said this, right? Our study says that most customers will on minimum have 3 clouds when they go to cloud. They'll not have a single cloud, they'll have 3 clouds because of the workloads they run in their organization. So therefore, they will also have the need for multiple advisories, right? Somebody will be very good on the application front, somebody will be very good on the business side, somebody will be very good on the infrastructure side. So I don't think anybody can bite it all. And there is space for everybody. So we don't have to kill each other in that sense. And what works best for clients is based on what clients' environment are. I think customers should look at vendors with the lens of saying who can meet me where I am, versus being the preacher from an ivory tower saying I'll teach you how to do this. Today, there is enough capacity, capability, and technology know-how in a lot of companies, which was not there perhaps 5 years back, on customers demanding the fact that technology companies or consultants should meet me where I am versus forcing me to where they want me to be. And that should decide who their partners are and how they want to work this out.
Thank you, Gaurav. When we started this discussion, we heard Indu, talk about, all the critical success factors. And, she mentioned in terms of having a cross-functional team, to ensure that there's proper buy-in. So let me ask you, Indu, despite, all the recommendation that you made, have you come across, failures in cloud transformation? And, instances where the organizations are not happy, and if such, what is the learning? What is it that what went wrong?
So yeah, nice way to be in the spot. So I think what I talked about earlier is as a consequence of the learnings that you've had across multiple cloud migrations. But the fact that looking at cloud migration only from a technology lens, I think is the biggest issue that we have encountered with respect to migrations, ensuring all the stakeholder buy-in is there across the business to operations and security is extremely important. Having said that, I think there's one element which I want to bring about is the day one and day two of your operations when the cloud is set up, right? So cloud is a dynamic environment, and it's not just about transformation which is done as a project, but even after it has moved to operations, you have to continue to optimize your cloud environment, look at what I can adopt more from a cloud perspective. So that's another important aspect which is ignored in the overall migration approach, or how will you sustain and operate on cloud. And the last point, because I know in interest of time, I just want to highlight is what I call as the agile and fragile to coexist, because most customers have a hybrid setup where they have the on-premise world and the cloud world. In cloud world, you can set up environments in the matter of minutes or seconds, whereas you have the on-premise world where it takes longer for whatever reasons. But as IT providers and the standardized way of managing service governance across both the worlds, right? The fragile world of the on-premise, which requires right level of control and change management and so on, and the dynamic world of cloud. If we try to do the agile and fragile coexistence through a single service governance layer, that is also another area where I see that the right benefit of cloud is not experienced by the customer, and while the migration may be successful, but at the end of the day, they feel that they're not getting the right benefit from cloud because, hey, I wanted to provision the entire environment in a day. Yes, you can provision the environment in a day from a technology standpoint using your DevOps, CI/CD pipeline and so on. But the approval to get to that takes a week because that's how it has been set up in the environment. So that's where the entire organization and process change management has to go hand in hand with that migration. And that's where it becomes successful.
Thank you, Indu. Thank you. I think that was very, very, crisp and very useful. Especially, in terms of, what you pointed out is that in some cases, cloud, migration can be a success from a technology point of view, but may not be, give results from the business point of view. So on that point, let me ask Mr. Dhawal, in terms of, what, are you happy, with your cloud migration? Is there something that you would like to, share with the participants?
So honestly, Vinay, it's a little too premature to call it in a yes or a no. But what I would say, are we directionally right on the path to achieve the outcomes that we wanted to achieve? I would say yes. Definitely, there are some course corrections that are happening purely because of there was some data points which are available now, which were not available earlier. There is an element of practicality that has come in as we have traversed across the journey, because all of it was either envisaged or theory before. So, for example, a lot of headache around the entire application management, making sure that the lights are on, etc., have gone away. Observability has definitely improved a lot from what it was earlier. So we are now thinking beyond observability in terms of, is it time to look into SIEMs and XDRs of the world? Is that the way to go? Because now we have the raw material at least available. Is my DPI and real-time traffic inspection any better? I would say yes, it is better than before. So to an extent, the security considerations are also better off than they were earlier. I wouldn't say my applications are completely mature enough to get the full benefit of what I have envisaged to say. So are my applications completely defactorized, decomposed, written in the most nimble manner? Are they ready to adopt from microservices and get deployed on DevOps and things like those? I would say possibly not, but that is also largely because of the nature of applications we are talking about here. So the more you move towards the mobility and the camp sky kind of side of things, I think these benefits come to the fore. The more you move towards the core applications and day in day out and bread and butter applications, I think these benefits tend to diminish. So directionally, I would say we are there. We are on the right course. The benefits are yet to be fully fructified.
Thank you, Dhawal. During this discussion, this point came up in that in some cases, organization went in for cloud because of cost savings, but those cost savings have not materialized. Mr. Avasti, can you, that's very surprising to me, so, why should that happen, and actually I'm concerned because now that this point has been mentioned, I'm going to ask with my CIO in terms of, are we on track as far as the TCO savings are concerned? So I'm frankly surprised. I thought that, there should not be any deviation. But since, many panelists have mentioned about this, I'm going to request Mr. Avasti, to share, his, points on this.
So possibly I'll use that dialogue which is there in the Spider-Man movie, that and then correlate it with this. You get the flexibility, an entire world for you, but there's a responsibility which you have to see, and which is what Indu stated, that you have to monitor it well. Not only during the migration phase or when you're getting onto the cloud, but during the life cycle of the cloud. And one of the flexibility which most of the cloud providers like Microsoft Azure, Oracle, or Tata Communications' own cloud, which is VMware Verified Cloud, we gave is that you have a pay-per-use model. But majority of workloads that we see are today, which are not very transient in nature. You know what is the kind of, you can predictably tell that this is the kind of workload that would run in a month for me. So is pay-per-use model in a long run the best model for you? I think Kapil did touch upon that point, that you also need to look at some of the finer print. So devil is in the detail, where there could be charges related to egress. And if you're talking of multi-cloud environment, when your data goes out from one environment to the other, there could be charges associated with that. When the data is getting committed on the storage, there could be charges related to IO that you are doing on the storage. These could be some hidden charges which you may not know initially, because I don't think so. When we are running our operations, we get into that level of detail, that what is the kind of IOs that I will be doing on my storage, or what is the kind of data that will be egressing from my one application to the other environment. This is something you get to know when you have actually gone into this. So those are certain things which you have to see, and then take a corrective action during the life cycle. So it's not going to be only getting onto the cloud, but it is important how do you monitor and manage a multi-cloud environment which meets your cost or total cost of ownership that you had envisaged for that entire environment. I'm keeping it short rather than getting into details. These are some of the.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avasti. I think, when Indu made this point, it didn't register with me. But now, since, you elaborated it so nicely, I think that's a very, very important point for all organizations, which have made this this journey to cloud. And I don't have, I don't understand technology much. I'm more of, I have a business background, but I am actually going back with from this panel discussion with lots of, things to do. I mean, I've been making copious notes, in my notebook. So on that note, I'm going to go to, to Kapil. Kapil, you've heard the panelists, talk about, various things. You have been in this business. So as Oracle, what help that you provide, organizations, in terms of having a successful cloud transformation?
So, Vinay, in fact, we are trying at Oracle, we are trying a bit to sort of help our customers embark on their cloud journey to successfully migrate some of these workloads. And we're trying to give a seamless experience to all our customers. We started offering giving annual credits, and that means that customer can use same annual cloud credits for any of the services across our portfolio, be it around IaaS or PaaS. Suppose they envisaged initially to go ahead with an with the IaaS environment initially for a TND environment, but they later realize they want to use the same credit for maybe integration or for any artificial intelligence, machine learning initiative in the project, or maybe for a chatbot or a digital assistant. This can be leveraged across the entire portfolio of services we have, and also to the extent something which is getting launched in future. They need not get into any contractual obligation with Oracle again, for that matter. So that's the seamless experience we want to give. We also have realized that the difficult part in any cloud adoption is the pain of migration and the efforts and resources involved in it. So we have gone a step ahead further, in fact, to help our customers to provide not only the technical tools, but the cloud engineering resources to help our customers migrate to cloud. And there is no incremental additional cost from Oracle side. Oracle's best of the resources work with customers, not only during the planning stage, but on the application architecture, during the prototyping, during the entire migration, go live support, and further a step beyond to help customers train their resources, Oracle resources, so that there is minimal or no dependency in Oracle as we move forward. There has been some talk going about the dependency on customers' investment on on-premise, which sometimes becomes hindrance to switch to cloud because there's already a lot of cost involved in that. So Oracle offers bring your own license option as well, wherein the cost on cloud works gets significantly reduced and customers get a lot of benefit around it. Not only that, in fact, we have seen a lot of our enterprise customers pay a lot of support to us on a yearly basis, and they've been paying it since they have onboarded these applications which are on-premise. Oracle is giving support rewards and trying to make how we can make those support, ATS support which they pay on a yearly basis, almost nil once they switch to Oracle Cloud. We have realized the shortage of resources in the industry today, and we have gone ahead and started offering training and certifications free of cost to our customers, not only on the basic modules, but on the advanced and the architecture level modules as well, without any incremental cost from Oracle. This is being offered from Oracle University as a specific training and certification program for next 90 days. And I would actually urge all my customers to sort of take advantage of this. And over above this, the free credits which customers can leverage for exploring these cloud options which are there. They can actually deploy, test, and leverage these services for their advantage. So at Oracle, we have completely become a customer-centric organization from a sales-centric organization. Everything revolves around our customers to help. How soon can we help our customers adopt, get on to the cloud journey? Thanks, Vinay.
So thank you, Kapil. Thanks, Kapil. I'm actually, just conscious of time, but I think we still have time for a very quick, question to Sridhar. Sridhar, we have seen that the cloud migration journey got accelerated, after the pandemic. So do you think, in the next couple of years it's going to accelerate even further, or you have some, different point of view?
There's a very interesting book on 2030, right? How last couple of decades of events are going to reshape our future, and by 2030, right? I would urge you to read it. It's a limited edition, but it's looking at bringing in all the macro and the microeconomic factors and how it's going to reshape our thinking. Cloud is definitely one of them. Cloud is going to become a horizontal. Computer science is going to become a horizontal. That's the era we will live in, right? So in my view, there's one thing which you cannot take away from human being habits is convenience, right? Once when we're used to convenience of getting things done, we move ahead. We don't look back, right? For example, whatever the commerce orders that we're placing today, we are not going to go back into any of them, right? We've seen majority of the organizations going with bumper IPOs over the last few days, right? So these are all consequences of that. So cloud is going to here stay, but what is also happening is it's going to get a lot cheaper because of the fact that there are many more players, and it's going to get a lot more secure because of the fact that large organizations are hiring the best of the security experts, be it Microsoft, Amazon, or anybody else. I think security is one thing which every organization keeps it on a top priority, right? Be it Oracle or anybody for that matter. So it's going to be much more secure. Cloud is here to stay. That's a few things. But if you look at it from the advanced point of view, from the perspective of whatever we are talking about, how data and content is going to come together. Imagine, I just keep giving this example about a simple biking company, which is today manufacturing bikes, but tomorrow they might be offering bike as a service, or they might be offering, campaigns as a service. That's a way in which organizations can pivot, right? Today, organizations from the core business can pivot towards other businesses based on customer centricity in the area they can move around. Like this biking company, for example, if they're organizing about 52 campaigns a year, which is basically every week, imagine the amount of user-generated content which is generated by the people, right? By the people who are using this biking service. That data is used to produce a new bike, right? That data is also used to learn about the customer, saying that, hey, probably owning a bike is not a forte. I'm going to use bike as a service, right? People today, if they want to go to Manali, there are bikes available which are given to them and they can go roam around, leave it and come back home. Gone are the days where people used to ship their own bikes, right? So organizations pivoting to various different business models, starting from a manufacturing to a service to become more customer centric is an era that we are going to see. But this is all backed by a lot behind on data, content, what kind of an experience you want to give. So that's also the convenience part of it that I spoke about for customers, right? Today we live in an era where the customers will not hesitate to pay a service charge. The same thing about 2 years ago under pandemic, for example, prior to pandemic, we would hesitate to pay a service cost, right? Today, it is going to become a chargeable service. Why some of the large IPOs are evaluated very high? Because we are all habituated towards convenience. That convenience is going to get charged soon. So we live in that economy today. So driving some of these macro as well as the microeconomic factors, right? Cloud adoption is definitely going to high. It's going to touch our lives, make our lives much more convenient.
Thank you, Sridhar. I think, you, in a way, you summed up, the panel discussion very well in terms of, providing all of us in terms of the outlook as far as cloud is concerned and outlook as far as the cloud adoption is going to be. We have received 3 questions from so far for the panel. I'm not too sure whether those questions are, are visible to all of you. So the first question is, how can we make systems not bound to any specific cloud providers, as vendors locking for platform may not be cost effective? From what I understand the panel discussion, somebody did talk about, containerization in terms of, keeping apps and, everything, together. Indu, can you, respond to this question, please?
Yeah, sure. So Rachna had covered about the containerization aspect, right? Which is one of the fundamental ways of ensuring that you could essentially port your application from different service providers and avoid the lock-in that is in place. Having said that, for containerization or implementing the application in a containerized model itself requires a significant amount of skills as well as the expertise to understand both the application landscape, the containerization and the security aspects associated with that. And it is possible. I'm seeing today amongst our customers that there's a very significant move towards containerization, especially when they are doing the application modernization.
Thank you. Thank you, Indu. I'm going to pick up the third question. Sorry.
Yeah, Vinay, if I could just add, I think, we all assume that when we are on multi-cloud, all our systems will be, divided between 2 clouds. But basically, the way to be able to look at multi-cloud also is to say that, okay, in one cloud, I will have these applications running, which have no interdependency, let's say, on the other. Actually, the complexity starts coming when the data is shared between the 2. That's when the architecture becomes, much more complex. But if let's say part of my business is, on-prem, because we are talking hybrid as well, and the other is, let's say, can be exposed to the cloud. I can actually keep a system which is open on cloud and the rest of it on-prem, or the rest of it also on a cloud, but a very separate cloud. So containerization is when the customer wants to port between clouds. But even if I have 2 clouds, I can have systems in both the clouds which are independent of each other.
Thank you, Rachna. And since you have you have your microphone unmuted, may I request you to respond to the third question that we have received, is in terms of how a company can plan for multi-cloud deployment and still interchange information seamlessly. I think to some extent you did address that.
Yes, but, I think that Indu and I did cover a lot of it, but I wanted to cover the cost part of it in the first question, chances are that, if you're on one cloud, you will be able to negotiate better because, most of the cloud providers today sign a, commitment for consumption. Could be a 3-year, 5-year kind of a agreement with the customer. And, depending upon what your workload looks like or how many transactions that you have, you might choose to stay with a single service provider and drive a better bargain. If that's cost is the one which is the driving factor.
Vinay,
Thank
if
you,
I
Raj.
may, my one
Yes,
point
Mr.
here would be like in data center, you always had multiple technology vendors supporting your data centers. In cloud world also, it's going to be similar. You may have one main partner who's supporting you in majority of your workloads. And then you would have other partner also supporting in maybe specific areas which you believe are best suited on that environment. That's how world is going to be deployed. And that's what we will see in multi-cloud deployment. It's not going to be two here, two here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think we still have maybe 2 minutes for the last question. So
I can take the second question if you're okay with it.
yeah, okay, Sridhar, please go ahead.
So this is a pertinent question with respect to a lot of migrations and things like that happening. On the cloud application side, what's happening is something that I just want to cover. If you look at it, as we spoke about Information East, right? We went ahead and built ERP, CRMs, all of them, all the data is lying in various other formats. Now, suddenly, when you want to serve the customer, it's difficult for you to serve the customer because you're not able to make sense of the data. Today, some of the organizations are coming together and forming common data formats. The example is Adobe, SAP, and Microsoft, where we're going ahead and bringing in CRM data, ERP data, as well as the customer behavioral data into one single data format. Now, what does this data format do? The data becomes interoperable in the sense that you can go ahead and look at serving the customer very easily because you are compliant with one data format. Now, there's an evolution which is going to happen, in my view, across this data formats on cloud. So when the data formats come into cloud, then multiple people are able to interact, right? That's when the interoperability becomes very easy. In any migrations, what's the customer's primary concern is data and content, right? So if there is a common data format available, interoperability becomes very easy between the softwares, between the cloud providers and things like that. So this is one area where there is a lot of work which is happening, at least what I know of these three organizations coming together, finally addressing customer as one. See, because today, if I'm a customer and I'm calling a call center, if there is a data which is coming from CRM or an ERP, or for that matter, what I've spoken on my internet forum and things like that, right? That person should be able to make sense of all three and give me a service to address the customer. That's going to happen when we have common data formats. So software as a service is going to evolve in this area as we move along.
Thank you, Sridhar. So I think we have reached the end of the time which was allotted to for this panel discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists for the wonderful inputs that they shared during this panel discussion. I'm personally going back much more wiser, much more educated, and much more aware about the possibilities of cloud, as well as quite alerted from all the areas which Indu, Rachna, Gaurav, and Mr. Avasti pointed out in terms of what I should be careful of. And of course, I think I will pick up with Mr. Dawal in terms of learning from his experience, sharing his experience as far as his own cloud migration journey has been. So thank you all. Thank you, Kapil, for the various excellent input from your side. So on behalf of CII, on behalf of the participants, I would like to thank all of you before we sign off from the panel discussion. It was wonderful meeting all of you today.
Thank you very much.
Shumit?
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Over to
Thank
you,
you
Shumit.
so much.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. Thank you, everyone. It's great to catch up again. And hopefully, we would take your inputs, to carry forward what we are trying to do. We are trying to help the CII members in terms of the digital transformation. We are trying to see that the business profitability increases through this, the technology adoption. We have been trying to do this over the years, and CII has also a center of excellence on digital transformation, which we are doing along with the Tata Communications. So a lot of things are happening. So we would need your inputs on this and to take forward the initiative. Thank you again. And may I request Dipankar Chakraborty to kindly, give a little bit of a concluding for the day before we sign off finally.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you all the panelists. It was really interesting. I was, though not visible, but I was listening to the discussion. It's interesting. I mean, today we have started the day with the inaugural session where we heard all the speakers, and it was a luminaries of speakers we had, from chairman of Wipro to head of Oracle to everyone we had, where we heard that how India is bouncing back from the pandemic through technology as backbone. Next session, we listen to the digital transformation processes. The theme was quite interesting, myth or truth. The panel told it is truth, it's not myth, but there are lots of challenges. So discussion happened on skilling, discussion happened on different processes for digital transformation. What are the important usage of that? So we really got more reach with the discussions. And in this panel, we really listened to the panelists on the future of cloud. I mean, I really got very interested to listen to that, comparison, data movement seamlessly between clouds. And there are lots of work happening in the standards committee. I myself is a part of IEEE standards for cloud interoperability. So there are lots of things happening, and I'm sure the future will look much more brighter with cloud, with as we were discussing with the multiple companies in the Eastern region, where it is a full plethora of MSMEs. I'm sure all the CSPs and the cloud providers and the service providers will create more and more platforms, not only infrastructure, platforms for those MSMEs to play with a much lower initial cost. Because the survey we did with the MSMEs, we found out that people are really challenged by the initial upfront cost, and the ROI is not matching with that. So I'm sure cloud, the beyond infrastructure, creating SaaS and PaaS will help the MSMEs to make a much more better process and people modernization through technology. I'm really thankful to all the speakers, all the participants for the day. Tomorrow we'll start at 10, and we have very interesting 3 sessions yesterday, tomorrow also. Hope to see you all. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. So with this, we come to the end of the day 1 of the 20th ICT East. So see you tomorrow again. We'll start the session at 10. So we would request everyone to log in at least 10 minutes prior to the session. And tomorrow we would have a game on cybersecurity. So please log in and play the game. Thank you so much.
And we have prizes also. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.